Hello.
I wanted to ask this real quick.
Oh, well, you're gonna ask it on stream unless you want me to go back to
Okay.
opening.
No, that's fine. When we do the like 7-course meal, what do you think about something in the slow cooker for the dinner? So we can start it at the beginning of the day and just open it when we're ready.
Yeah, that's a smart thing to do.
Yeah. I usually do like a pot
I got
roast.
I got a beer glazed brisket that's really good.
Ooh.
Okay. That sounds good, especially for dinner, since it's like supposed to be like the largest meal.
Yeah. What we'll do is we'll do the brisket, mashed potatoes when it comes time for dinner, and that'll be the side.
Mashed potatoes.
Ooh. Tasty. Oh yeah, I'm 100% down for that.
Okay.
But
Cool.
alright. So, getting just a little bit, the stories, this has been a little while, so we're going to do a very quick recap of the Sky Island Saga. Jaya happened. We met Bellamy. Bellamy got punched in the face. We've met Blackbeard. Blackbeard didn't get punched in the face. We met some warlords. They'll be important later. We went up to Skypiea.
Which warlords have we met so far again?
We met Don Flamingo and we met Kuma.
Have they been punched in the face?
They have not been punched in the face.
As much as we wish Don Flamingo had been punched in the face.
There you go. We got Dofi right there. Kuma's there. There he is.
I can't see where. Oh, I see Dofi, and I don't see Kuma. I see Kuma.
Kuma. There's our Kuma.
Kuma's the one with the reticle on his chest. Got it.
Yeah. Also known as Tyrant Kuma.
Tyrant Kuma.
Yeah.
That sounds like a Monster Hunter variant. There's Kuma. First you hunt Kuma, and then 100 hours later in the game, you hunt Tyrant
Yes.
Kuma.
And Tyrant Kuma's variant also just does some crazy shit. Anyway.
And his red is glowing with red anger.
Always red. So so after that, we went up to Skypiea. We found out there is actually an island in the sky, and there's a cloud sea in the sky, and there's animals in the sky, and there's God in the sky, or at least the guy who's claiming to be God. But he was actually just a dude who ate a devil fruit that makes him really powerful. They fight him. We find out the bell is up there. We ring the bell, make our buddy back down on the island of Jaya happy, Mr. Chestnut Head, and we have fallen off, heading back down with a trove of gold, ready to turn it in, become the rich pirates that the One Piece, that our Straw Hat crew deserves to be. And that is the fastest summary I could possibly give.
Is this where we left behind the giant pillar, or was that a different? Was that
we
a
left
different
behind the
arc?
giant pillar too, yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't there something about a pillar?
The giant pillar of gold they were going to give him, but they wrapped it up so the Straw Hats didn't know what it was, so they ran away. Not that they would have been able to bring it back down to the sea anyway.
No, I think they could have
pieces of it.
I think they could have broken off the head of it, the decorative top.
That's true.
Or at
That's
least, like,
possible.
taken some bits of the gold.
They could
Like,
have.
chipped it.
I mean, they also got a ton of gold out of the snake's stomach, so I mean,
They're still
Yeah,
getting
it's not like-
gold.
yeah, they didn't leave with
Yeah,
nothing.
it's not like they ran away. It's not like they ran away with no treasure.
Yeah.
I got 3 archaeology spots in Stranglethorn at the same time.
Good. We have Robin on the crew now. She should be getting you a whole bunch of archaeology stuff.
Yay, Robin! I like Robin. I don't remember what she looks like. Can you show her to me again?
Yes, we will do that. I think I actually have it back over on the.
Oh yeah, we got to do the crew and review.
Where is that? I know I have it somewhere. Not there. Not there. Wait, it might be there.
Nanami is the one who steers the ship, right?
Nami?
Nami?
Yeah, she's the navigator. She's not the helmsman, but she's the navigator.
Or the person who tells you where to go.
Yes.
Okay.
Where the hell did I put that? I know I have this fucking thing here. I did a whole thing for it.
If you dropped her in the middle of a jungle with no map, no compass, no GPS, and no whatever the hell the replacement for a compass in the Grand Line is called, I forget the name.
Log post.
And no log post. Blindfolded, she would still find her way to civilization just based on the based on the simple tricks of nature, because she's
Yeah.
that good of a fucking navigator.
More than likely, yes.
Incredible. I
swear
wish I
I-
had my own Nami.
I swear I had a thing for this where it was everybody that was part of the thing.
Have
I
a
did
merit
it.
badge in orienteering. I'm not actually that good at it.
I know I did it. What happened to it?
That's very cool. I just want someone to help me not get lost.
Yeah.
And
There's
I'm telling
Cricket,
you,
by
I
the
can't
way.
see the point.
What did you say?
There's Cricket.
I'm
by
telling
the
you,
way.
I can't see it now.
Oh. I don't know what
Yeah,
I
I
did
didn't
with
know
it.
who she was asking.
I'm really annoyed by that because that was a really easy reference point, and I don't know what layer it ended up on because apparently
Did you
it got
delete it?
buried somewhere.
You think that maybe you deleted it?
I don't think so. I mean, this would seem to be the case, but I don't remember
Is
deleting
it
it.
in the very first layer?
No.
Did we just go layer by layer just to make sure?
You think I haven't been doing that already?
I don't know. There's a pregnant cat next to me that is waiting to pop.
Gonna have a pack of kittens.
Yes. And I'm gonna chuck him into a cat carrier and take him to the human society.
Fair enough. Yeah, I can't find it. So we're gonna put in a new layer. We'll do that review. What? Yeah. We'll do that little review while we wait for Tamer to show up. Why isn't there just images of this triad? There we go. Okay, that works fine. All right. So to start off, we have our boy, the monkey, the D, the Luffy,
The Luffy.
captain,
The man, the myth, the legend.
the man, the myth, the legend, the captain of our crew.
Have you seen the video with the Scott someone?
That narrows it down.
Yeah, he'll do video. He'll do like sports video. Like he's done like 3, I think. And it's like the first one was volleyball. Then there was one that was soccer. And I don't know what the other one was. I only remember the volleyball and the soccer one. But he like consistently gets hit in the face with.
Oh,
with
I
the
know
ball.
exactly what you're talking about now. Yes.
You've seen that?
Oh, yes.
Which one? Both?
All of them.
Neither?
All of them.
All of them.
I watched the volleyball one. I watched the soccer one.
Wasn't there a hockey one?
I think there might have also been a hockey one, yes. But I cannot verify. Next, we have the unofficial vice captain, first mate, swordsman of the crew, Zoro. Don't let him navigate. He will get you lost.
I am him.
You are him, and King is him too. Both of you share that brain cell of not knowing where the fuck to go. But it's okay, because we got us a Nami who is ready, willing, and able to fucking direct this dumbass crew wherever they need to go.
Are you
Nami's Wowhead.
our Nami?
No, Nami is Wowhead.
Yeah, no, Nami's
Okay.
Wowhead.
Yeah, alright.
We have our sniper / liar of the crew. Usopp. Very good marksman. very good liar. Also really good at running away.
Bravely ran away, brave, 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 brave Sir Robin.
Ah, no,
Don't do it.
it's fine. No, Robin, wait, hold on. Ah! Your timing on the Pokeball was just a tiny bit off. But I appreciate the effort.
Hi, Robbie.
The cook of the Straw Hat Pirates and resident kicking man, Sanji.
Woo.
Our tiniest of
Always respect the people who make your food.
Oh yeah.
And also the people who make sure you don't get lost and die.
Our tiniest of boys, Chopper.
Just a little lad.
He's just a little
Let's
guy.
make sure I get this right. Is it Chopper or Chomper?
Chopper.
Okay.
Chop, chop,
So
chop,
no
chop,
N.
chop, chop,
Got
chop,
it.
chop, chop.
Got it.
Yeah. Chopper. He is the medic. He keeps you alive.
He is excellent.
He's good at what he does.
Except the
And-
first time when he was very, very bad at what he does.
Well, yeah, but he didn't know what medicine was back then, and he was taught by a quack who died very heroically.
Heroically indeed.
And then we have our current final member of the crew, Robin, who doesn't have a huge job on the crew, but she's got a fun job, which is the archaeologist. She knows things. She's our
She's a
Lord Dumper.
smart girl. Why did she join again? Was she just like, I'm joining your crew now? Huh.
Essentially, Luffy saved her life down in the tomb when she was just ready to die. So as punishment, she said that he had to let her join the crew, and Luffy said yes.
Yep, that's perfectly reasonable and 100% solid reasoning.
That's how this works.
Yeah.
So that is the Straw Hats as they are now. We're gonna merge them layers. We're gonna rename this.
Also, I found one, like, this is, unrelated, and I don't need to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway because I'm happy. I found one of my cards that I've been missing for the past, 2 weeks, and I'm so relieved.
Like a payment card?
Yeah.
I mean, hey, you canceled it when you lost it, right?
No.
Oh, well, then yes, I understand your relief.
Yeah, because I was like, it has to be somewhere. It's like, I didn't take it out of the house. It has to be somewhere. And you know where it was?
Where?
It was inside of one of my purses.
There you go.
Yeah. So it was safe,
Yeah. Relatively.
relatively.
All right. So with that, we are going to continue on with what into the Water 7 saga, starting off where we last left off, which is, of course, the fact that the Straw Hats are currently falling from the sky from, I believe it was about 10,000 kilometers in the air. But
Yeah.
that's okay, because they have a little fucking octopus balloon who is dropping them down from the sky. Where's my my mouse? I know.
In any other situation, this would be extremely dire, but
There he is.
they're fine.
There he is. There's the guy. He's getting them back down safely to the blue sea. Everything
Is that a
seems to be
sky
going
octopus?
good. Yeah. It's how,
Has
it's how
little
they get them
wings.
back down. No, they're still tentacles. It just wiggles.
Oh
and
no!
shit.
What I was mistaking for wings was part of the ship.
Oh yeah, no, that's the that's the main sail.
I was confused, but you could understand how I got that mixed up.
Yeah. Totally.
Totally.
So yeah, they're on their way back down, and we come into the first of our arcs within this this little thing we got going here, which is the Long Ring Long Land arc, which we are going to go through very quickly because personally I don't like it. Secondly, it's really not important to the story up until the end when something big happens.
All right, bet. Let's go. Speed run.
Speed run as best as I can because I thought Tamer would be here to be grabbing pictures for me, but he's taking a shower.
How dare he? How dare he?
Long Ring Long Land. It is a very interesting place, as we quickly find out when they land on the island, because the island itself isn't exactly normal. But then again, one on the Grand Line truly is normal.
I mean, to them it might be normal.
Let me get a nice little picture of Long Ring Long Land. As you can see, it lives up to its namesake in the fact that it's very long. Its trees are also very long. Everything on this island is very long. That includes the animals. They have very interesting fauna. Let's see if I can get the best one. Yes, I can. As an example of how long the animals on this island are, that is a Long Ring Long Land dog.
Excuse me.
I love the dog.
Excuse me.
I'm as enthusiastic about the dog as the pup.
He's a very long boy, which Usopp does try to
I
do.
I feel like it should have been a different dog.
Well, I mean, it's a dachshund.
Is it a dachshund?
Yeah.
That's not a dachshund.
That's not a dachshund.
It's Oda's version of a dachshund.
It's not a dachshund.
I mean, it is by the ability of it, it is in fact a dachshund.
All right.
If we're gonna get technical, it's long like a dachshund is.
It's long like a dachshund, but if you wouldn't look at that dog and say, that's a dachshund.
There's a cat.
Why is that?
don't
Why
like
did they do the cat like that? That's well, we see which the preference is.
Because this
Well,
island
we see
is
who's
I don't like cats.
we see who's a dog person.
yeah.
I don't like cats in general. I really don't like that cat.
We also have a slightly important horse who goes by the name of Shelly.
Is it a long horse?
It is. It's from Long Ring Long Land. It's very tall.
That's a very tall horse.
It's a very tall horse.
That's a giraffe. That's a giraffe. That's just
It's
a giraffe. I'm sorry.
it's basically a giraffe, but it's more horse than giraffe. So you know that's how it goes. They gotta be, because the trees are very tall and it needs to get really tall to get to the long apples, which are long.
You're not gonna not show us a long apple, right?
If I can get a
You're
fucking
not gonna
image,
not show us.
if I can get a fucking image of it, I would love to show you the apple.
And Turtle dropped out a call, by the way.
Oh God, Turtle, come back! There's gotta be an image of it somewhere. That works. What? Did it not copy? There we go. It's a long apple. What happened to Turtle? Bring her back. Bring her back, damn
I
you.
don't know.
I can't speedrun if she's not here.
Yeah, you can.
the big problem with this arc is, while it's mostly a comedic arc, it's not really meant to be taken too seriously whatsoever. In the manga, it doesn't take too long, but the anime really drags it out. So it's not a good time in that situation. We'll just have to catch her up. Hopefully she'll get back before the important part. Anyway, so we have some shenanigans that happens on this island of long things, and we meet a guy who's been on stilts for about 10 years because he wanted to break the stilt record, but it turns out that his bamboo stilts were still growing, so it kept getting higher and higher and higher, and he got stuck. The only reason he's alive was because he could at least reach the fruit. Hey, Turtle's back.
Hello, I apologize.
What happened?
My mother called me to make sure that I was aware that when my brother gets home and starts getting dressed, that I have to take 2 pictures of him because he is going to prom.
So we'll take a break around that time. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. But yeah, so that's a whole thing that happens. And then another thing that happens is another pirate crew shows up. Oh shit. Oh fuck. It's the pirate crew. Yar har fiddly dee.
Yar har fiddly dee fiddly dee.
They show up by locking in the Straw Hats' boat with a big pair of like foxclaw anchors that latch onto the island, and from there we meet the pirate crew known as the Foxy Pirates. They suck.
They are trash.
They are bad.
Like bad people or bad pirates?
Both.
Alright. Like they're bad at their job, but they're also bad people?
Kinda. They're good at what they do. I just don't like them.
Alright.
And that's a personal preference. I'm sure if you guys checked him out, maybe you would like him. But they are led by Foxy himself. He is quite the rotund man with a very...
Who dares enter this voice call?
Is it the Tamer? That's Ben.
Yeah, it's me.
Well, that's great. I need Tamer.
You don't have to sound so disappointed.
I do have to sound so disappointed. I need Tamer for helping with getting images.
Oh.
Also, we need to turn
dare
down.
you.
You were very loud.
Oh, sorry.
No wonder you're at 200%. You must have been very quiet recently.
I have.
You could put 75. All right. Anyway, so yes, Foxy. Foxy is interesting in the fact that he is really stupid. He's really dumb. But he also has a very interesting power known as the slow fruit. Essentially, he can use made up. Oh God, what were they called again? I had the name for it, and then I lost it.
Fruit that makes you go really fast.
It is not a fruit that makes you go really fast. It's a fruit that makes everybody go really slow.
Yeah. What'd I say?
That's not what you said whatsoever.
Oh.
I mean, if everyone else is going super slow, then you, by default, are going super fast.
Technically, if you want to go that route.
From their perspective.
They're like normo protons, I think is how they pronounce it. A completely made up proton that when people are hit by it, they get slowed down for about 30 seconds.
What are you talking about? That's so fully real.
Oh, yeah. He demonstrates this by having one of his crew members fire a bazooka at him. He slows down the ball, and because he's an idiot, while he's explaining, he continues to stand in front of it. And then when the time runs out, it goes back to full speed and blows up in his face. So he's not a genius. What he does to many crews, not just our little crew we got going on here, is when he comes across a pirate crew, he challenges them to what is known as a Davy back fight. Now, a Davy back fight is an interesting thing that I do kind of wish would come back in the future, if it would be held, at least held better. The Davy back fights themselves are a set of challenges where 2 pirate crews go up against each other, and whichever pirate crew wins the challenge, which the captain set up beforehand that determine how many rounds that there will be, the winning crew is able to essentially take a member of the losing crew and add them to theirs.
That feels weird.
It does. It's a thing. It's the way that it's explained is that it was invented as a way for crews to make themselves stronger by challenging other crews and stealing their people. On the way to this island,
just like okay with it.
They're pirates. They just agree to shit. You
So-
can't.
Are they?
Essentially, you can't start a Davy back fight until both captains agree. So if the other crew doesn't want to do it and their captain doesn't agree to it, they can't do the Davy back fight.
Okay.
But we have.
So
Luffy
there
as a
has to
captain.
be some level of like, okay, the crew is okay with potentially switching over.
Yes.
Unless you're Luffy and you're stupid and get lured into it by the power of emotion.
He wasn't lured into it by the power of emotion. He thought it'd be fun.
I can't remember. Oh, damn.
Yeah, he just thought it would be fun. So they do a couple of things. As it turns out, there's not really many rules to a Davy back fight, i.e. cheating is definitely allowed. So of course, cheating ensues. They lose the first round, which is a boat race around the island, and Chopper gets taken as the first member to be taken from the crew.
No, not Chopper.
Chopper! There's some other shenanigans that happen. Eventually, everything works out. They win. We move on. There's some filler episodes. Who cares?
Oh, wait, you don't want to go into how they both become friends?
No! I'm not dealing with it. You want to know the only thing that is important about this entire thing? The only thing that I care about from this entire fucking little stupid ass tiny arc outside of the end of it? Afro Loopy.
Afro Luffy is cool. By the way, don't we never meet the enemy captain again? What was his name?
Foxy has never showed up canonically ever again. Yes.
Yeah, that's...
Afro Luffy's pretty sick. That's pretty good.
It's technically counted as a transformation because Usopp convinces Luffy that he's more powerful while he's wearing the afro.
That's literally amazing.
Oh yeah, doesn't he show up again later in a different form with an afro?
No.
No.
This never happens again.
Afro Luffy.
But yeah.
I thought you were gonna say the way it works is he rises his hair.
No. It's just a fucking afro wig that Usopp put on him.
So he's like,
even better.
oh yeah.
That's even better.
I love the idea
better.
of Luffy just being like, hell yeah, this definitely makes me feel stronger.
Yes.
It's that placebo effect hit different sometimes.
Oh yeah, especially when you're dealing with an idiot like Luffy. Anyway.
Technically his hair is rubber.
Well, yeah, his hair is rubber, but that's not his hair. It's a wig. Anyway, that's essentially what we go through that. They win, move on. We don't talk to Foxy ever again in canon. There's a couple of filler episodes where he shows up again, but they're filler. They don't count. But yeah, so that's the entirety of the Davy back situation that I am willing to explain. If you want to see how it goes, watch it in the anime.
Nope.
But that is not the end of the Long Ring Longland arc, because we do later come across a very interesting situation in which we encounter, just randomly on an island, he's standing there sleeping on his feet. We meet our first admiral of the Navy, which are is one of the three most powerful Navy officers that you will ever be able to meet, which isn't good by most means. We meet Aokiji, also known as Kuzan.
He's cool.
Aokiji is his epithet, Kuzan is his actual name. I swear I copied this image. There we go. Aokiji is a Logia type Devil Fruit user with the Ice Fruit powers, making him an Iceman. Oh, why am I doing that? I was thinking about ice. I'm just gonna put him in as Kuzan. We also learned very quickly that he's kind of a lazy guy. Like I said, when we rocked up to him, he was standing on his feet, sleeping on his feet, uh, and he's always seen with a nice little sleep mask in when he's hanging out. It's a whole thing. Uh, and he's just on some random island that the pirates had found a little bit after leaving a Long Ring Long Land. Now the anime and the manga apparently split here. I'm going to be going off the anime version. When they initially run across them, the Straw Hats don't know who they are, but Robin knows who he is immediately, and she does not react well. Uh, in the time that we have known Robin as a part of the crew and when she was still working with Crocodile, she's always been a very reserved, very calm person. The second she sees Aokiji and recognizes who he is, hi Tamer. We just got to Aokiji. The second that she recognizes him, she falls down in shock. She is looking afraid for her fucking life because she knows that this is an admiral of the Navy. And initially, it does seem like this is going to be a problem, but he eventually explains that he's not here to take anybody in at the moment. He was just here to do some confirmation, which is basically confirming that Robin is in fact on the Straw Hats. She is with that crew. Now we get a little bit more stuff going on in the anime. The island that they've landed on actually has some people who had been stranded recently. They were on a cruise ship that was heading towards a separate island. I think it was Poochie. Wasn't it Poochie?
Is Poochie the place with the gourmet food?
I think so. I think that was Poochie.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were on their way to Poochie, but the ship had been damaged, apparently by a giant frog that was doing the front crawl.
Not the breaststroke.
So, no, not butterfly.
No,
front crawl.
Front crawl is the one that looks like how frogs work. Like
No.
it's a frog
That's
swimming like a frog, right?
no. It's a frog swimming like a man.
Yeah, you know, one arm,
side
left
stroke.
arm, right?
Yeah, left
right.
arm, like the left
side
arm
stroke.
the scooping motion.
Yeah, I call it the side stroke.
Oh, it's got another.
I just
name?
call it freestyle.
Freestyle. That's it. I was trying to remember. I used to be on a swim team back in the day.
But yeah, their ship got hit by a giant frog doing the front crawl.
Doing the front crawl. So yeah, they got stranded, and apparently they'd been there for for a couple of weeks. They had some food, but were running out, and they initially had seen the Straw Hat ship, but once they realized it was a pirate ship, they hid away because, you know, it's pirates and people run away from pirates. But then upon finding out that Aokiji is there, they are much more willing to go to them for help.
They go to Aokiji for help.
Well, they go to Aokiji for help, but the Straw Hats do give them some food. Chopper checks them out. They all get a nice thing. And
Leading to a hilarious moment with Luffy going, "Wait, but why would you like him? He's a Marine!" Wait.
Yeah. And then everyone just looks at me like, what? Why is that a problem? It's like, oh
Even
yeah,
you
you
realize-
guys like the Marines.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, the Marines are supposed to be good guys.
Right, you guys don't like pirates, right?
You know, all the Marines I've met have been assholes so far.
I'm hoping that they have the image of this, but I might
No,
need to find it.
no,
later.
there's the one, right? Because, or no, is he just Navy? Their
Wait.
buddy that they got into the.
Kobe.
What?
One buddy
Oh,
they got-
Kobe?
Oh,
Yeah, Kobe's part of the
Yeah,
Navy.
just you know, the Navy and the Marines are
Well,
one and the same.
last we saw, he was
Yeah.
still just like an apprentice.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
still learning.
And just to
I was
note,
just there's like one non-dick that we've met in terms of the Navy.
Yeah, but he hasn't been able to become a dick yet.
yeah, and just to note, use of the name the Navy, I believe, only comes up in the English version. In the
It's really interchangeable, but they're mostly
Yeah.
the Marines.
Yeah.
We're gonna merge all these
Point is,
layers.
they're the naval military.
Yes. I hope I god damn it, I didn't want the title in there. But yeah, so with that done, Aokiji also is going to be helping out our pack of poor misfits, which to get to another island. Now, unfortunately, he hasn't brought a ship with him, so he can't really take them anywhere. They also make a claim that they saw something weird, which it looked like there was a guy riding a bicycle across the ocean a little while ago, which
I
Aokiji
know.
immediately confirms was him. So
No hallucinations here.
no hallucination. They literally did see a guy riding across the sea on a bicycle. So he says that he actually knows a place that they can go, which is, I believe it was about a 4-week trip, 3-week trip.
It
From
was
here?
a 1-week trip.
It was 1
Uh,
week. You're right.
Yes,
You're right.
directly across the ocean, straight line.
Directly across the ocean, straight line. And in order to help them do that, Aokiji demonstrates his power by literally freezing the ocean and a fucking
is-
sea king.
Which I would have to say, freezing the ocean is extremely difficult. It has to be at extreme low temperatures. Like,
Well,
Oh.
has the
Aokiji is
negatives.
capable of that.
And not only that,
Because-
he froze the entire ocean for the
For the
literally
whole-
as far as the eye can see to the horizon,
Uh-huh.
and said that it would stay frozen for about 2 weeks.
So they have a path to basically walk across to get to the other island safely.
You see,
because-
environmentally, I feel like that's probably not good.
I mean, the
Yeah.
Grand Line's pretty fucked up environmentally anyway.
Yeah, Grand Line's already plenty messed up. You have a mountain that goes up with a river that goes up.
Yeah, with a reverse waterfall.
But yeah, so the name of that attack, by the way, is Ice Age.
Oh,
And-
that's good.
Uh-huh.
That's the first time somebody's named an attack in a series. I've gone, you know what? I'm gonna give you that one. Well played, sir. Every
Yeah.
other one I've gone,
You gotta remember that Luffy's the only one who uses the name of his devil fruit in his attacks. A lot of people don't. Another
Yeah.
example of someone who actually does would be Buggy, who does put chop in his like attacks. But other than that, most people name their attacks after something entirely different.
Oh, and it should also come as no surprise that the Ice Admiral is a pretty chill guy.
He's a pretty chill dude.
I also want to share something real quick.
Yeah.
He never gives anyone the cold shoulder.
No, that's not true.
Been doing archaeology and WoW during this, and I just got the voodoo figurine.
Woo!
Nice.
So,
Little guy.
two of the archaeology pets in
Yeah.
one day. Let's go.
Got a little
I
guy.
have a question. If I start playing WoW, would y'all play with me?
I mean, we're literally playing WoW. with
We're
all
already
4 of us,
there.
so yes.
I'll recruit you to the game.
To the guild?
I'm pretty sure I
Both.
already have an account, but yeah.
If you've been inactive for like a year or so, it'll work.
Oh,
It was
okay.
something I could have done with you, Tamer, but I just didn't care about.
Perfectly fine. I don't care about it either.
There you go. But yeah, so they get the people get set off. They thank the Straw Hats and they thank Aokiji, and they head off on towards wherever the hell the thing goes because they never confirm which island is actually being led to. But it's assumed that they make it just fine. They've got plenty of stuff to keep them warm, plenty of food from the Straw Hats to keep them fed. It's all good.
And a very reasonable time frame.
and a very reasonable time frame. Unfortunately,
So it's not like they're sprinting the entire time.
right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
no, they're walking it.
They have plenty of time to cross because it's going to take 2 weeks for it to thaw and only 1 week to reach by foot.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, Aokiji decides to make a decision not long after that because he's finally gotten a really good look at the crew. And he's realized that not only with Luffy as the captain, but with Robin on the crew and some of the other people that he sees on the crew, he realizes that the Straw Hats are not a crew to be underestimated. And because of that, he is planning on.
He decides to unalive them.
His main target is Robin at the moment, because as we remember, she got placed with a bounty on her head when she was only 8 years old. And we also get the first drop of a piece of information about the Devils of Ohara, which were a group of people that were supposedly attempting to revive the ancient weapons back in the day that had been attacked by the government. And she was the lone survivor of that attack. Because of that, she has been on the run for the entirety of her life from the Navy in order to, not go to jail or be murdered. One of the two. Knowing that she is on the Straw Hat crew, it makes Aokiji not happy. So his main goal at the moment would be to take her down and essentially remove her from the Straw Hats. But not only that, reveals that any organization that she has ever been with, be it a pirate crew or other, has always collapsed. Basically making claims that she is going to betray the Straw Hats. There's no reason for you guys to defend her. They're, of course, not having any of it. This does, unfortunately, though, lead to an incident where, while she is very desperately begging and saying that she has changed since the last time that Aokiji has even come close to seeing her, he freezes her solid.
Ooh.
And it is a flash freeze, so she is technically still alive. There is still a bit more of a fight that goes on. Luffy's hand gets frozen over. Sanji's leg gets frozen over a bit, like just below the knee, essentially, I think it was. And Zoro's shoulder also gets frozen. The crew is able to recover Robin and take her back to the ship. Initially, Aokiji was about to follow and try to attack, but Luffy stops him by challenging him to a one-on-one fight.
Fight me.
And keep in mind,
no one else.
Yep, and keep in mind, this is a Navy admiral, and we just saw a demonstration of his power. He froze an entire ocean to the horizon,
And
with
not only
one move.
And not only that, he also took down the 3 strongest members of the crew with barely any effort.
Quite literally, actually no effort, because all that he did was he let them hit him, and then his ice powers froze them. It froze the points that contacted him.
He is a Logia Devil Fruit user. So
Usopp
he is
still in the play.
Usopp?
Yeah, is he
Yeah.
okay?
Wait,
Yeah,
Usopp
he's a
was
sniper.
part of the ones who
He never
carried
got in
Robin.
physical contact.
Yeah, he never got in close. He helped carry Robin back to the ship.
Yeah, he's
Then
good.
Where they're gonna
make
try
it
to thaw her out.
okay, Usopp's gonna lead them to victory.
No, not yet.
Uh,
But yeah, so Aokiji accepts the one-on-one fight. The others run off. We cut to the ship where Chopper and Usopp have Robin in a bath with running water, trying to as carefully and slowly thaw her out as they can, because if they thaw her out too quickly, then it could cause a lot of damage. Sanji and Zoro show back up to the boat, and they jump into the ocean to essentially start thawing themselves off so they can get back as quickly as they can to help out Luffy, which is a good idea considering Luffy, he lost. He lost bad.
Yeah, just really bad.
Just really bad.
He just got his ass absolutely handed to him.
that was the first real hit that Aokiji landed, and it froze Luffy solid.
With an ability he calls Ice Time. That is his full freezing move. He also does demonstrate the ability to make a sword by picking up some grass, blowing it out, and freezing it by using the grass as like a guide for the ice to go. So that's another thing he can do. But Aokiji actually admits that he kind of lost that fight because by accepting the one-on-one fight, if he goes after the rest of the crew, he's gonna be the bad guy here. So
Surprise, surprise.
he's got
A
some
Marine. Yeah, a Marine with a sense of morality with some kind of sense of morality.
So they set off, or so he sets off. We get to see him on his bike riding across the ocean by just freezing a tiny line for the wheels to ride on top of, and that's how
I
he
love
crosses
that.
the sea. I know, it's great.
I absolutely love that.
It's fun. But yeah, so that's their first encounter with an admiral, and it doesn't go well at all, considering two members are entirely frozen.
Nearly died, and the monster trio was disabled without even a single attack.
We find out later that it's about, I think they took about a week to recover after that before finally setting sail again. It was 3 days to a week. So they're off on their adventure again. Everything seems to be okay. Robin's okay. Luffy's okay. Everything seems to be good. Robin's definitely a little bit shaken up, which we can see with her reaction, with her just kind of feeling even more withheld not long after. But I guess that's understandable after you get completely frozen by a admiral of the Navy or the Marines, whichever you want to say. We also do get one last scene with Aokiji for a little bit, where he remarks on their destination. Judging by the island that they were just on, he knows that the log pose is going to lead them to Water 7 next. Which, if that's the path that they're on, there's a very good chance that they are going to be on the Marines' front door not too long from now. And that's not good in his opinion. Because this is a fucking weird crew, and they don't seem to care too much about what they do. So that little ominous feeling goes ahead and ends the Long Ring Long Land arc for us. Again, if you want to experience the Davy back fights, I recommend just watching that portion of the series. I don't care for it. It's not my bag. It can be funny, but it's very drawn out. But yeah, so there's some difficult stuff going on over here, huh? Oh, well, that's gone now. All right, fine, whatever. All right, so a couple days later, we got the crew on their way, and we make it to our titular name for the arc, which is Water 7. Tamer, if you would be so kind as to grab a image of Water 7 for me.
Of course, of course, of course. All right.
The crew is also taking note that they're gonna get the money. I mean, the gold changed. They are also going a gold exchange for berries. They are also going to they're gonna look for a shipwright for the ship, the crew, so that way they can have somebody who can actually take care of the ship, because Usopp does his best, but he's not a shipwright. He doesn't know what he's doing when he comes to repairs most of the time. Thank you,
Yeah, well,
Tamer.
you know what I can say to that?
What? You cut out. What did you say?
Fight me!
Fight me! Fight me!
All right, is that a good image, by the way?
Yes. Perfect.
Okay.
This is Water 7. It is.
Wow.
Yes. It is one of the most beautiful fucking
Locations
in the entirety of the series. It is it's got a massive seawater fountain that puts water out through the entirety of the island. There are multiple shipbuilding docks because because it is known as basically the place to go for having a ship built or repaired. We find this out a little bit after. I'm showing you the destination first because it's a really beautiful image. We don't actually make it there first. See, on the way to Water 7, we find we run across a very interesting bit of a situation. Remember that mention of a frog that was doing the front crawl that broke a ship? Yeah, they find that frog. They
It doesn't crash into their ship.
Doesn't crash into their ship, but they do in fact find that frog. I don't know why the image of him is not here, so I guess it's going to be on the Long Ring Long Land section, which is, you know,
Doesn't it turn out not to be a frog?
It is
Nope,
absolutely
it's
a
frog.
Come on. Where is he? Timmer, help me find him.
All right. Let's see if I can remember his name.
That's my problem too, is I'm trying to remember his Yokozuna. That's his name.
Hey.
Brain came back.
Job.
Ghetto. All right. You got the image?
I do have an image.
Okay.
Oh yeah, did y'all hear about the Dragon Ball creator not wanting to draw anymore?
I mean, yeah. Would
Yeah.
you want to draw anymore after drawing Dragon Ball for that long?
Well, his reason is that he lost his favorite pen holder.
Are you serious?
I mean,
guess. I
If
get it.
that's what he wants to say,
I
then
mean, I get
I'm
it.
not gonna
Yeah.
beleaguer him for it.
He hasn't really been doing much like art for it lately anyway, so.
He said the pen holder is the one that he's had since he was 14 and had sentimental value.
Yeah.
Alright.
This is Yokozuna. He is a big old frog. He's got some scars. He kind of looks like he does sumo wrestling, and he is currently doing the front crawl. We're in the visual range of the boys who are up on top, who are actually out on the deck, and of course they decide we need to chase the frog.
For
Obviously.
literally no reason.
So they lower the sails, pull out the paddles, and start chasing after him as fast as they can.
Banji in particular is just listing off every frog dish he can name.
He's excited to see if he can cook this frog.
Doesn't this ruin the ship?
No.
No.
The ship is already in bad shape, and that is
Yeah.
something that they have been talking about as well. The repair they need to. The major thing that the money that they are going to get from this gold is going towards is fixing the Mary. That is the main goal of Water 7 right now, is fixing the Mary up because she has been through some shit. So on their way, chasing after our boy here, Yokozuna, they run into a very strange situation.
Turtle DC.
Turtle! No! Oh, wait. Did her brother get back? I wish he would have said something. Well, that's fine. That gives me a minute.
So, how's y'all's day been?
Day's been pretty
Doing
good.
I mean,
I'm
I've
pretty
only been
happy
up
with
for 2 hours.
I got a Switch yesterday. It's gonna come in day after
Nice.
tomorrow.
Hey, just in time for Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah. He's
I
got
was
to
thinking
play
about
the entirety of Breath of the Wild first.
Yep.
No, I'm just gonna skip that and just go straight to Breath of the Kingdom.
No.
Gonna watch someone's playthrough of it.
I've already done that.
Oh, fair enough.
All right.
Fair
Well, as
enough.
long as you know the story.
Yep. So you got the Goku, the Mickey, and Ganon refuse reincarnation, and then that's it.
All right. I'm not going to question.
But no, yeah, I know what happened. That first one was just a joke. But excuse me. I was thinking about getting the Tears of the Kingdom Switch, but it said that wasn't gonna arrive until like
Yeah, it's not releasing until around the time Tears of the Kingdom comes out.
Yeah, I was like, I don't want to wait that long for a Switch. I want to play other games.
Are you getting an OLED?
Yeah,
All right.
got the new one.
There's not much of a reason for me to get the OLED because it's not too much different from the normal Switch.
I had no idea what the difference was. I just got
It's got a bigger screen.
Ooh, okay. That's a plus for me.
That's about it.
Big screen.
Can you text Turtle and ask her if she's if it's because her brother came home and she had to get the pictures?
Yeah, let me check.
Because if that's the
By
case,
the
we
way,
can just take a quick break.
Yesterday I was like, oh, I should probably get a Switch controller so I can play it on my TV. And then I remembered Xbox was like, hey, due to cooperation, you can now use an Xbox controller on the Switch. And then I, back to the presents, I was like, oh yeah, I could use an Xbox controller on the Switch.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm just remembering what happened to our PS5 remote. Literally days after we got the PS5.
What happened?
My sister has a habit of leaving things, of not finishing anything, including soda cans, which she drinks with a straw.
Oh,
However,
no.
due to pressure from the soda, since she leaves it mostly unfinished usually, being
Sure,
higher than the air pressure in the straw, it tends to drip out
Yeah.
and onto the controller
Wow.
within days.
That's a $70 controller. You know that, right?
Yeah, we both know.
I hope she's paying for a new one.
She was going to with her tax return stuff, but bills.
Yeah, fair enough.
Anyways, is Turtle back?
Turtle is back.
Turtle back!
I'm assuming brother.
Don't say it's a comeback. She was
Oh,
always
she's
here.
okay. So she's muted, so she can hear us, but she's just on mute. All right. So, following after the frog, they find they start to hear something weird. Something that would be familiar to those of us on land who live next to train tracks. It's the sound of the bells that are made when a train is about to come by. Ding, 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 ding. They're not really paying attention. They do note that it's a little weird that this is a sound that they're hearing as they get closer. And they come across a nice little quaint little off station kind of thing, going right over the barriers, and the Mary's hull slamming straight into something. That's when they hear the sound of a train whistle. Nami quickly notices that something is coming and they need to get out of the way as quickly as possible. Thankfully, they do. And a train passes by on the water.
They're not at the island yet.
This is a sea train. It is a train that literally goes across the water. Now, before King gets mad at me, because I can feel the anger building on that side, it is not a literal train. It is designed as a train. It looks like a train, but is more a steam-powered paddle boat that uses underwater rails as a guideline.
And the rails are designed to flex.
Yes,
with the waves.
They flex with the waves, and they're just barely under the water, so they're not really affected too much by big storms and stuff. This is a train that is known as the Puffing Tom.
Oh, we're gonna call it a train for story's sake.
I mean, no, it's designed as a train.
Yes.
So it looks like a train. The only thing it doesn't do is go on land.
Yep.
It's a train. That's a train. So, yeah, I just wanted to preface that before we had another gun dog moment.
I have to say.
No, this is fine. This is fine. I will not object to a train, no matter how ridiculous.
I have to say the design of the sea train is so smart in the sense because the front of so a lot of people don't know this, that little curved thing on a train, usually like an old-fashioned train, due to back then a lot of trees and rocks would get on the track, so that little ramp was to push aside debris. Now on this one, that little ramp is inverted into a cone so that
Yeah, it
I
acts more
assume
like the
can
front of
push
the
away
ship.
yeah, could push away debris as the same way, and I think that's so smart.
Oh yeah. We also find out the reason why Yokozuna was going in this direction. He's on the tracks and looks like he's about to challenge the train. And he gets hit. Not
He's
That just-
committing suicide.
Tried to
No, he
sumo
was
it.
not committing suicide. He's trying to stop it, essentially.
Yeah.
So
He was very angry at the train and just wham.
wham, and unfortunately, the wham was on him. Not long after that, we actually meet a tiny little girl who pops out, going, he's back again," and that is this little girl right here. Her name Chimney.
He's a sweet little girl.
She got a little rabbit friend. I don't know how to spell chimney, so bear with me.
Chimney.
Yeah, well, that's I already did it. I have it over there. I just had to look again. Anyway, she comes out. She notices the pirates and yells out to her grandma, who's back in this little station over here. "Oh no, pirates! Grandma, call the navy!" And then out pops from there is a drunk-looking old woman, bottle in her hand, looking like she's on the job drinking, which is this lovely young woman here,
Best
Kokoro.
character.
Kokoro is very good.
And by the way, she's drinking that wine like a sports star just squeezes a bottle, and it just gushes right into their mouth. She's just dumping it right in.
She is a career drinker from the looks of it. She comes out with a snail phone, ready to call for the Marines because holy shit, there's some fucking pirates. But then the Marines pick up and she's like, "I didn't call you," and hangs up. So yeah, she's something. There's some talk. They work things out. Turns out, hey, the straw hats aren't that bad, and they also share some food with them, which is the paella that you see that Chimney's eating up there. And Kokoro, because she likes him, gives them a letter of introduction to a man named Iceberg over at Water 7 to help get their ship repaired. So they've got a letter of introduction now and a map. Though when they set off again towards Water 7, they find it's not a good map.
Not one bit.
It's basically a very poorly drawn version of the island and an arrow pointing to somewhere on it. But yeah, they still have the letter of introduction, which is actually written out, so it's fine. They make their way there and eventually land. They start looking for a place to make ground because, they're pirates. You can't just roll up onto a fucking island when you're pirates. Except there are people in the area of Water 7 is very interesting. This is very much based off of Venice. The streets are all flooded. There are people on boats that are moving around through the city with that seem to be pulled by some strange kind of looking fish. Which we will find out exactly what they are in a little bit.
Oh yeah, isn't the city supposed to be like a devil fruit user's worst nightmare?
I mean,
Not really. I mean theoretically
though.
it is.
theoretically,
It is.
kind of.
It's everywhere.
It's a city of water. Water 7 is very literally a city of water, much like Venice in Italy.
Yeah, no. The real Devil Fruit's worst nightmare would be a later island known as Fishman Island.
Yeah, true.
That one is completely underwater.
Now the tamer is done spoiling.
Oh,
Yeah, I was about to
sorry.
say.
Look,
Getting
it's
this
just,
explained sequentially for a
look,
reason,
it's
Tamer.
it's just the name of an island.
To be fair, Fishman Island has come up recently, before. It was
To be
mentioned
fair.
all the way back in the Arlong arc.
Yeah.
It's
No
been a
more
while.
details about it. It's an island that exists and it's underwater.
To be fair, it's actually in space in a giant ball of water.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
that could be a thing.
One of the moons, I'm sure, is actually just a ball of water. Anyway, we're gonna get off we're getting off topic here. I still have time limit. I have work tonight. Anyway, so they actually find that the people of Water 7 are surprisingly accommodating for them. Because they're saying, like, hey, you can't park your ship here. You got to go to the back streets. And people keep directing them to where they need to go. Usopp or Nami, I can't remember who, remarks that it's really weird how they're being so kind to them, even though they're pirates. But one of the other crew members mentions, "Oh, I mean, it makes sense. We're just here as customers. We're not here to raid the place or anything like that." So they're just treating them as if they're here just for the shipyard, which they are. So they eventually make ground on a little piece of land that's just sticking off from the side, and the crew starts to go. They start to get off the ship. Nami, Usopp, and Luffy are taking the gold to get exchanged, and then going to Dock 1, which is where Iceberg should be. Zoro's gonna hang on the ship, take a nap. Robin and Chopper head off to go check out like bookstores and stuff, and Sanji eventually leaves, frustrated that he missed going anywhere with Robin to go grab some supplies and stuff for the ship. There's also one other major thing, that when they are lowering the sails after anchoring, the mast snaps, like it starts to fall. We're really starting to see that the Mary is just not in good shape whatsoever. We had a little bit of that last arc, when, of course, the ship got very damaged when it was being brought to the sacrificial altar, but somebody had repaired it during the night, that Usopp wasn't able to tell who it was. But yeah, the Mary needs repairs. She needs to be repaired fast. We also do a little bit of a cut to Dock 1, where we find some pirates are trying to cause some problems. They're basically claiming, hey, thanks for fixing our ship, and we're not paying you, because that's how you do. Let me see if I can get Dock 1 shipwrights. We come to fuck. Here we go. We meet one of the main shipwrights of Dock 1, one of the foremen, because every single dock has I think about 5 foremen that are in charge. One of them is this dude. He's a chain smoker, as you can tell. His name is Paulie, and he's currently working on a piece, as the guys are trying to say that, hey, we're not going to pay your asses for this, so thanks for doing all that stuff for free. And he's saying, like, what the fuck are you talking about, kind of situation. We quickly learn that the shipwrights on this crew on this dock are not to be messed with, as they very easily start taking down the pirates that were claiming that they weren't going to be paying for their shit anymore.
Oh, and they're doing the fun Jackie Chan thing where they're pretending that it's all accidental, like turning around with the logins just to whack. There goes 5 guys.
We have. Can you help me grab the shipwrights?
Oh yeah.
We have this dude who goes by the name of Peepali Lulu. We're just gonna call him Lulu.
Yeah.
I wanted to call him Peepali.
All right.
Purple lemon. Got it.
Purple lemon.
Yay!
Yep.
Do you have Tilestone?
I do not have Tilestone yet.
I'll send you Tilestone.
He's got a little bit of a funny quirk where he's got a constant cowlick, and whenever he pushes that cowlick down, it pops up somewhere else.
Even if that place should not have hair.
Yes. or
That's
in
funny.
on an entirely different person sometimes.
Nah,
It's
not
a fun little quirk.
Okay. Try and find a good image of him. Nope, this one works. Okay. Oh no, wait. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's good enough.
I will grab that one next. We also have this fun-looking guy by the name of Lucci, who has a pigeon, and his little quirk is he doesn't talk, but his pigeon does.
I like Lucci.
His pigeon talks for him.
I don't know about Lucci, but I think he's gonna be a very great guy.
I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun. If you could grab Kaku, I will introduce.
Oh yay! I
Tile
get to
stand.
grab Kaku.
Yeah, grab that Kaku.
Kaku is my favorite shipwright. All right.
Why isn't there a way to just copy the image directly from Discord? Why do I gotta open it in a new thing?
I buy the new Dragonflight expansion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ideally, yes, you should.
Which
But
version
you-
should I get?
Use the link I sent you.
Whatever version you feel like paying for.
Okay, this is the only one I can find that's a full body shot of
Okay.
him.
I think
Doesn't
I
have
think
to
I
be full
did
body.
use the link.
Okay, good.
This is Tilestone.
All right.
He's also got a quirk. If you can't tell, they've all got quirks.
They're a bunch of quirky guys.
They're just a bunch of quirky dudes. He's got one volume when he talks, and that is yelling all the time.
Yep, and even when he tries to whisper, it really just sounds like this.
It's a fun little quirk that he's got. He's also really strong, considering he basically lifts an entire cannon to hit somebody with.
Yep.
And then our last dude, who is just he's got a good bit. He's got a good bit going for him. This isn't really his quirk, but it's just really the way that he looks.
Funnily enough, personality-wise, he doesn't have a quirk. It's just his
I
shit.
know.
no. He personally his personality. He does have a quirk. What'd you say, by the way?
I said hi, Pinocchio.
Oh, right,
Ooh.
I remember his quirk now.
Pinocchio, yes, but also square-nosed Usopp.
Yeah. So, just kind of like Usopp, up and how he's a little bit opposite in how he has a square nose instead of a round one, and he always tells the truth. And make sure that you know that he's telling the truth.
That's not his
Never
quirk.
lie about it. Really? I thought that came
No.
up a lot in his dialogue.
His quirk is that he talks like an old man.
Oh, that was it.
Like in Japanese, he uses a lot of like speech that you would expect from someone who was like in their 50s. In the American version, he's using like golly gosh and stuff like that whenever he talks. So he talks like he's in his 50s, but he's really like 20 something. So yeah, these are the the 5 shipwrights who are in
I
charge
thought
of
you were
Dock
about
1.
to say shitlords.
Well, we'll get to that.
See you later, ship lord.
You fucking ship lord. Anyway, so they take out the pirates pretty quickly. Not much of a big deal. We move on. Back with Usopp, Luffy, and Nami, we first get a nice little meeting of one of the most important animal species on the island, which are the Yagatas. They're special little horse-like fishy boys who are the main form of transportation around Water 7. They have little boats attached to their back. Their head mostly stays above the water, and they kind of sound like horses. They kind
of act like horses.
They kind of act like horses
They
too.
pretty much are horses.
They've got some good personalities to them. A lot of fun. We get 2 of them that are used by the crew to get around, essentially, for a while. Get traded out a little bit throughout the course of the arc. It's a whole thing. So after getting some Yagadas and having a guy almost try to rip them off once he finds out how much gold they have, because Luffy is one to always tell the truth, and showed off the gold to the guy when he said that he didn't believe that they had it, and tried to charge them 1 million berries per Yagada.
Usually it's only like 2,000 if I remember correctly.
It's 1,000 per.
1,000 per.
It's like $10. But yeah, so they get that sorted out. They get on their way. They come across a water elevator to get them up to the upper area where the docks are and where the gold exchange is. During that time period, initially, because they're a profit organization, they need to try to get as much money as they can. The guy who is appraising the treasure initially marks it at 100 million berries for the lot. Now Usopp and Luffy are of course like blown away by this, because that's a lot of money. Let's not fuck around. That's literally Luffy's current bounty in money. But before they can sign the agreement to take that amount, Nami stops them by doing one of the things that she does best, and that's being good with money, and basically threatens the guy to give them the proper pricing, which is actually 300 million berries. So they're pretty set when it comes to cash. We get a good couple of quirks that happen during the situation. One where Luffy almost throws an entire case of money into the ocean. Usopp and Nami, of course, jump after it, but Luffy catches it before it actually hits the water. It's a whole fun thing. So we make our way to Dock 1, where... well, no. Before we do that, there's a little bit of a situation back on the Mary. While Zoro is taking a nap, it seems that some shady characters are jumping on board. They clearly seem like they're ready for a fight, considering they have weapons brandished, and attempt to kill Zoro in his sleep. As it turns out, these are the Frankie family, who are known bounty hunters and problem for the island. And essentially, whenever a pirate crew rolls into town, they attempt to try to take them down for their bounty. They're taken out pretty easily. Zoro barely puts up a fight against them, and they all get fucking shot away. So he's fine. Everybody's okay. Don't gotta worry about that too much.
And only other thing to note about the Frankie family is that they do have a job outside of being bounty hunters. They are ship dismantlers.
Yes, they dismantle ships and sell what's left over, like just on the market. And
so they're bounty hunters and run shop. Cool.
Essentially. And it's the ships that the ships that they mostly break down are the ships of those who they actually successfully capture and turn in.
Yeah, I kind of figured that part.
Yeah. I'm trying to get a good picture of at least one of them, which is Zombai. There you go. That's a good picture of the Frankie family. Doesn't give too much away. Apparently, I didn't actually copy it. I think I copied the link.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just remembered the Frankie family. He's members.
Your
and
favorite one is right there.
the ball.
He's a ball man. And not because he ate a devil fruit, he's just shaped like a ball. But yeah, this is the Frankie family. Their most prominent member is Zombai, who is right there in the front. They dress very weird. Just get used to it, because they do not change their clothes ever. But yeah, so they attempt to attack, and we also cut to them a little after, where where a couple of them are spying on our money crew, hearing that they have that amount, and now they are plotting on trying to steal the money as best as they can. Currently, Luffy is not allowed to touch the money, what with him almost throwing about 100 million into the ocean.
Why did he throw it in the ocean again?
He was just swinging his arm around with one of the suitcases in his hand and accidentally let go.
Notable dumbass.
Yep. He did save it. But yeah, so that's a whole thing that's happening. Back with Robin and Chopper, we see them walking through the city, and Chopper's really excited when they finally find a bookstore, zooms off to go and be like, hey, can we go in? And Robin initially is having a good time until a dude walks by. Big old guy in a mask, because something we actually do know as well is that this town has a lot of masks on display, because one of the nearby towns is a festival island where there's constantly a mask festival going on.
Yeah.
It's essentially a party island, yeah. We
It's
have
called you don't go to if you want a degree.
yeah. This guy walks by her in a very ominous scene, as you can see, and he whispers a name, CP9, which does get a slight reaction out of Robin. And when we cut back to Chopper for a brief second, he realizes that Robin hasn't come into the shop yet, and going back outside, he can't see her anymore. She's disappeared. So that's a thing that happened. Anyway, we go back. The Luffy and the group have made it to Dock 1, where they are looking around to try to find Iceberg. Since they don't know what he looks like, well, hold off. But yes, grab a picture of him, please.
No, sorry. I more meant someone dropped.
Turtle fell out again.
Oh, well, okay. We'll wait. Hey, Tamer, while Turtle's out, I have a thing to tell you. Fuck getting classic ore. Go to Mount Hyjal and get Cataclysm ore.
Yeah, I know. Really, just fuck classic blacksmithing. Oh my god.
Yeah, I
By the
mean,
way, I'm
all
a
of
little
it
hesitant
sucks.
to get the new.
Welcome back,
expansion
Turtle.
thing because it doesn't include any subscription or anything.
well, of course it doesn't include a subscription. It's just an expansion.
All right.
Why would it include your subscription?
Well, I would expect it to include a larger subscription, but if you get the Epic Edition, it only gives you like 30 days playtime.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Subscription. It's just how that works.
Yeah, it's how it's always been.
Well, what is Trader's Tender? What is that?
It's a thing that happens every month.
Yeah, it's basically battle pass stuff, kind of.
But you don't.
Yeah.
But you don't actually have to pay for it separately.
Yeah.
You just do stuff in game. It gets you the tender, and when you get up to 1,000, you unlock the special prize for the month, and you can use the tender to buy stuff.
Yeah. And there's like a bonus we're 3 months into it. There's been a bonus. There's been amount purchasable in 2 of those months.
There was a full
Pet
outfit set last
purchasable.
month.
I got a
Pet
question.
purchasable and all.
Are you still able to use World of Warcraft Gold for subscription time?
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
expensive as hell.
Yeah, but
It's
you're
too-
able
it's-
to earn it, right?
I mean, you can earn the gold, yeah, but it's like 200k minimum most of the time.
200k what?
Gold.
Oh.
Yeah, those WoW tokens don't go for cheap, dude. Bro, with your expenses, you should be able to afford a monthly subscription.
I can afford a monthly subscription, but it's like, hey, buy 6 months and you get a cool pet, and I'm like, oh.
I mean,
It's a
if
mount.
you want to fall for that,
Yeah.
go for it.
Oh, it's a mount.
Yes, it's a mount.
Yes. I can understand why you saw a bunny and assumed pet, though.
Those mounts do end up on in the WoW shop later, so you can just pay for
Yeah.
them without having to buy a 6-month subscription. By the way.
Yeah,
Wait,
in my
Clea
case,
just recently got a 6-month subscription, right?
Yeah.
Did you tell her about the bunny? Because I don't remember her using it.
She had bought the bunny separate earlier on.
Oh.
The bunny.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You don't buy the current 6-month mount. You just don't. Like, you either get the 6 months or you pick it up later. Like, there's no
Yeah.
sense. Like, if you're gonna spend the 25, you might as well just go all the way and buy the 6 months.
Yeah. What is going on with Turtle?
I've bought one of the 6-month subscription mounts, and it was one that was from quite a while
Way
back because it was pirate. It was a pirate ship.
Was that a
This is
6 month?
cool.
I thought that was an anniversary mount.
It might have been an anniversary mount. I thought it was a 6-month.
It may have just been a celebration of.
Or it might have been an expansion. It might have been the expansion for BFA.
Yeah.
That would make sense.
I'm really glad I put part 1 ? In the title. Especially with how often the turtle's been dropping out.
And I should say, we said it was a full outfit set last month. It was a good full
Yes.
outfit set. We're making full use set. Like, multiple people in our guild are wearing this as one of their go-to transmogs.
The fucking Harlequin.
And you know what else? And even after I stop using it all the time, it's going to be my outfit for whenever Dark Moon Fair rolls around.
I think
Like,
Dark Moon Fair
this is gonna
starts
be
up
on
this... No, I think it's ended. Never mind. For this
Dark
one.
Moon Fair. Gonna start. Let me see. On the 7th.
Yeah,
Start on the
so
7th.
this month has already passed.
Yeah. Children's Week first. It starts on the 1st, though.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun.
Is there any kind of text message from Turtle to say what's going on? Is her internet just being fucky today?
Let me give another call. See what's going on.
It's just a text. You don't got a call. Oh, wait, I'm gonna blow my nose.
Oh no!
Everybody get ready. It's gonna be a loud sound.
Oh no! I'm now I'm now permanently deafened.
It was just like a fucking dam that was built of mucus in like the back of my nostril.
Oh no!
It needed to come out.
Hey, I got a subscription and I bought that. Install it again.
Yay!
You
If
apologize
use
for
my
what?
link.
Someone said apologize for what?
I thought you said I apologize. I was going, why do you apologize?
No. I'll be back though. I do need to go to the restroom.
Okay. Well, we're waiting on Turtle to get back anyway, so it's good.
I've been nursing this beer for like an hour and a half.
Is it the Foster's?
No, that wouldn't be nursing. That would just be drinking a beer at a normal rate. No, it's a Michelob. It's Michelob Amberbach Dark Lager. It's pretty good. Yeah. An American bock style lager brewed with 3 unique malts, including roasted and caramel specialty malts.
Yeah.
Turns out Michelob makes good products if you move beyond just their fucking light beer.
Yeah. Oh, the name of the shipbuilding company, by the way, is Galila. I hadn't dropped that information yet. Sorry.
Okay.
Since we're on a quick break, everybody go to the bathroom. Get yourself some water. Get yourself some snacks.
I don't know this for certain, but I'm pretty sure that at some point they increased the keystone drop rate for archaeology because it feels like I can't do a zone. I can't do a an area without getting like at least a few of them.
Yeah. Nah, there's a possibility. I wouldn't know. I never felt like there was too low of a drop rate. Plus, you can actually eventually. I mean, you're able to box up some of the archaeology stuff to turn into like the archaeology vendors to buy keystones and stuff. So that's a whole thing too.
So far my rares are fossilized hatchling, voodoo figurine, clockwork gnome, haunted war drum, and ancient amber.
Nice.
I'm so glad I'm so glad they turned toys into a collection, because it made all that I used to put so much bank space just dedicated to archaeology nonsense.
Yeah.
And it's like, nope, it's not going there. I have my skunk, but do I have whatever's gonna pop second in this collection? Nope. I already have that. Just kill these off.
You got any kind of response from Turtle?
Nothing yet.
Okay. We might have to go forward without her. Because, getting to 6:30. I've got 3.5 hours left before work starts. Now, it sounds like a lot of time, but we got a lot to get through.
Help with her brother.
Oh, okay. So, yeah. All right. So, we'll wait till she's done doing photography, and we'll start back up. Oh, I can't wait for tonight to be over. I'm so ready for this fucking vacation. You have no idea.
I get it, believe me.
You know what? Yeah, out of all of us, you actually probably are the one who understands the most.
My next vacation won't be till end of May.
It's close, at least.
Yeah.
Way closer than if you were in June. Oh, no, I just remembered something.
What?
First part of June, I'm going to be, like, over at my parents' house for, like, 2 weeks working there, because somebody's got to watch the dog while they're away. Normally, it'd just be 1 week, but they've got to watch somebody else's house.
I'll also probably be getting a bit of a break in June.
Yeah.
And then I'll definitely be getting one in July.
Nice.
So August, I don't think so. But then September and October and November and December, I get like I'm basically able to turn it into a 5-day break pretty much most months. There's just the exceptions of like the worst span of it is the one I'm in right now, because it basically goes, you get something at like middle of February, and then you go like March, April, May, all of March and April, and most of May before you get another.
Yeah.
So. Okay, that's another Vortex site completed.
Woo.
Plus, you can get keystones aren't soul bound, so I can probably just pick some up off the auction house if I need to.
Yeah.
Which I won't be able to do for like if the fossilized raptor pops, because fossil doesn't have keystones for obvious reasons.
Yeah,
because
it's the big thing.
But when I start doing when I switch continents and start going Kalimdor, so I can get Tolvir archaeology. Yeah, at that point it's gonna be like, sweet, let's go ahead and just buy the keystones, because I'm gonna eventually do Tolvir, so I can get the Kiraji battle tank.
Debating on whether I want to do a WoW stream tomorrow or if I'm going to start up my Star Wars playthrough.
Mm-hmm.
I guess with Ben joining in, we can do a WoW stream, Ben. Oh, I guess he's not here. Hey, Tamer.
Yeah.
All right, he's alive. Actually, you know what? Oh, we'd have to confirm with Riley too. But King, do you think you and Turtle would be down for Dragonflight tomorrow, like on stream?
Yeah, maybe it would depend on time because I want to do a soul stream of my own because it's been so fucking long since I've actually got a stream.
Fair enough.
But I could be down.
Yeah.
I would like to do some more Dragonflight content.
Gotta get you guys through it. Gotta get you adventure mode.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can join me and Tamer
So
in the elemental storms.
So that I don't need to do the story on all my alts.
Yes. I mean, you do still run through them, but all the adventure stuff is still open. But the story mode's just there to level you the most efficient way, I guess is the way to put it.
Yeah.
Since you're put on
But
a
I'm probably only
constant
running
track
through
to 70. Yeah.
Yeah.
But once you reach
More
70,
dwarf.
then it just unlocks all the stuff that is available for 70. Because like when my demon hunter hit 70 before finishing the story, it hit me with the the report about the Forbidden Reach is here. It's like, oh, okay. Now I got 2 characters that are yelling at me to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. I'm working on getting renowned with the Dragon Scale expedition up on my warlock. So
When do we get? When do we?
34 slot?
When do we get our second? When do we get our second dragon riding mount?
At the end of each story, you get a dragon riding mount.
Okay.
So the next one will unlock when we finish the Hoharan Plains.
Okay, so they just shifted a little earlier in the story for the first zone, so you get it.
Yeah,
Period.
because
Then.
it's just to unlock the new thing.
Mm. But the idea that like I'll actually be playing current content before the expansion is over is really exciting to me.
I hope so. We're trying to get you there.
I remember that feeling for when I finally beat Endwalker. I was like, oh my goodness, I'm finally caught up with everyone.
I don't have to avoid things online anymore.
Yeah. I can look at all the spoiler stuff.
It's like me weekly when a new chapter of One Piece comes out and everybody's trying to drop the scans. I don't want to know. I want to know on the day that it comes out in the official. Thank you. Or there won't be a bunch of translation errors. Because apparently... Oh, fuck. I can't even talk about it because King's here.
Let's go, Scepter of Bronzebeard.
Hey.
Because what's gonna happen is every time I get there's achievements in archaeology for getting all the items related to a specific story lore bit, and whenever I get one of those achievements, that's gonna be when I go back and read all of the affiliated items.
Oh, well, that doesn't stand out when you go to Zombie's dick, does it? Brick.
Have I finished exploring wetlands yet? I don't think so. I still need to explore a couple of areas.
Oh, Cleve put her thing in the main group chat. That's adorable.
Perfect. Perfect. fossils.
Remind me to make some honey milk when we're done with this stream, so I can preemptively start making my throat not feel like it wants to kill me. Hey,
Welcome
turtle
back,
back.
Turtle.
Welcome back,
Yo.
Turtle. Oh, to finally
Gonna-
hear your heavenly tones once again.
Could have warned us that you were gonna drop out like that.
Well, I didn't even get a warning. My brother my brother got held up at work, so he quite literally stormed into the house, threw his clothes, like threw his suit at me, told me to steam it, and then had me help him make mason jar candy.
The fuck?
Yeah, like his job kept him an extra 40 minutes after he was supposed to leave, so he was already late. So literally, he stormed in, threw his suit at me, took the fastest shower I've ever seen that boy take, and yelled at me because I was trying to tie his tie, and I don't know how to tie a tie.
That's okay. I don't either. I tied it once and I
figured
never
it
tied
out.
it again.
I figured it out. If I did it like 2 or 3 more times, I could do it. But like,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Also, hi Clee. Welcome to the chat.
Hi, Clee.
Okay. So yeah, now I'm just here, bamboozled, befuddled, and my mom's gonna be upset because she told me to take pictures of him, and I did not get the chance because I was super rushed.
Yeah, tell him to take pictures of himself while he's there with some selfies or some shit.
No, he's literally going to like a flower garden for like professional photos with the girl he's going with.
Oh,
So I'm
well,
just
then-
here like, why do I? Yeah, I'm like, why do I have to take pictures if he's going
Yeah.
there?
Oh yeah, Turtle. Clee dropped something in the over in Colt.
Okay, cool. I'll check it out later. Is it something of imperative importance?
Yes, yes it is.
Oh. Oh shit! All right, let me go check that out. Oh, so cute! Oh my god! That's fucking adorable!
See, I told you.
That was imperative. Clee, that's precious. I'm assuming she's in chat.
Yes, she is in chat.
Clee, that's precious.
All right. Now that we got that all out of the way,
I accidentally hit one of my cats.
you hit the child.
I hit the baby. Well, he's the one who always complains, so I'm sort of not upset about hitting him. But I'm sad because I did it.
You hit the whiner.
I did. He's the beggar is the thing. He uses his full body to beg. So like I've had this motherfucker like throw himself into the cabinet where he knows the treats are in.
Woo!
To try to get us to give him more treats, and I'm like, God damn it, man. Okay.
Okay. What was the last thing I said? Because I don't remember. It's been about like 15 minutes.
Okay, we just finished
I'm
up the ship.
sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, we just finished up the
Somebody
ship.
has a mask.
Hmm?
Somebody has a mask. Was where we left off. And there's a
Oh,
party
right, we were
island.
about to bring up Iceberg.
Right.
Was I gonna find the image ref for him?
Yes, you were looking for the image ref while I was explaining what happens. Okay. So Luffy's group makes it to Dock 1, and they're about to try to go onto the dock in order to find Iceberg, but they are stopped by Kaku, who...
Is this one good?
As long as it's got the little guy,
It do have the little dude.
then it's perfect. All right. Anyway, so they're going to go over there. They talk with Kaku, who finds out that he's got and presents the letter from Kokoro, and he's like, "Oh, okay. I guess you are here to speak with Iceberg. So you want to get your ship checked out for repairs. All right. Where did you moor it?" So, because they're considered important now, because Granny Kokoro sent them, Kaku is going to go and check out their ship. And by doing that, he is going to parkour his way to where the ship is docked. So we get to see him jump off the side of the long rise, because the docks are all these numbered docks. So Like dock 1, dock 2, dock 3, they're all marked like that. So they're above the water line right now. So he's off to go and get that checked out. And as soon as he leaves, we meet 2 new people.
Yeah.
One is our titular iceberg, who has recently found himself a mouse. He,
Mouse.
he found a little guy, and he named him Tyrannosaurus.
I love the mouse.
He's a good little dude.
Yeah.
And my
I have
favorite
an
part is
important question before you continue.
yes.
Is the mouse a devil fruit user with the Tyrannosaurus fruit?
No.
Please?
No.
No. The mouse is just a mouse.
It's just a mouse that
Sadly, I don't know if there's a case of any other animals besides Chopper eating a devil fruit.
Like, made way more sense than the gun!
non-canon ones that I can think of.
But it's
But
a
yeah.
pupper.
He's a pupper. And honestly, if anybody else had eaten the fucking dachshund model of the dog fruit, they would have had a terrible life. Just fucked up. Because, the second you stand up in your human form, your fucking spine's gonna probably snap in half.
Nah. Remember. These are... Actually, wait. Have we seen examples of zones getting weird yet? Oh, wait.
Not
Yeah.
yet.
Okay. Something to
I
look forward
guess
to.
kinda if you think about the way that Miss Merry Christmas fought, but not really.
Yeah, okay. Note for
haven't had
later
a
then.
very-
But yeah, they would have had a bad time.
We haven't had a very zone focused arc yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, so not only do we meet Iceberg, we also meet his secretary, Caulifla.
Caulifla? I thought it was Caulifla.
Nope, Caulifla.
And not Kefla either.
Nope, not Kefla either. All you Final Fantasy nerds in chat.
What?
Hey,
That's Kefka.
Yeah,
I was referencing
Kefka,
Dragon
bitch.
Ball.
Yeah.
Which one is that?
Kefla, the fused form of Caulifla. And,
Oh,
yeah. Funnily enough, also Caulifla. Spelled
Yeah.
differently, meant to reference cauliflower.
spelled very differently.
Also, Kefka's cool.
Is he? Is he
Yes.
really?
Yes.
Is he truly?
Yes.
Or are you just used to him?
I'm just used to him in FF14. He's cooler in that.
Nah, he's at his coolest in Final Fantasy VI, but we're not talking about Final Fantasy. We're here for pirates.
We're for pirates.
You know shit's gonna go down when you hear the woo hoo hoo hoo.
But yeah, this is Caulifla.
Oh,
Uh,
did somebody say we're here for the worst levels of Fire Emblem?
apparently.
I'm sorry.
Ugh.
Anytime Fire Emblem involves a boat, it becomes hell.
All right then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No rants. No rants.
yeah. This is Caulifla.
This is Caulifla.
Guess what her quirk is?
She's a really good secretary. That's her quirk.
Yeah, her quirk doesn't come out until later.
He's very
Yeah.
attractive.
It's given one, maybe 2 mentions.
It's not really hugely played with.
Yeah, it's usually played with, but
but
she sometimes attributes seemingly random acts to sexual harassment.
that's her thing. That's
He
her deal.
attributes to, or she's like the victim
It-
of.
It's not even sexual harassment. It's like, hey,
She
Caulifla,
She
would
just
you mind?
claims something is sexual harassment, and that's all
Yeah.
she does.
It's just like, hey, Caulifla. By the way, did you remember to tell Iceberg about this? That's sexual harassment. What? And then
Something
she
like that,
just
yeah.
drops it immediately. She doesn't
Yeah.
continue it. She just
Literally,
mentions it.
I have to say.
We are getting
Caulifla-
off base here. Shut up.
Sorry.
Wait, I need to mention this.
Ah!
He is the most attractive character in the entire show.
Caulifla?
That's sexual harassment.
That's sexual harassment.
That's sexual harassment.
No, it's not.
Anyways, continuing on.
Yes. So Luffy gets a little too buddy with her for a moment, and not with her, with Iceberg for a moment. She reacts by kicking not only Luffy but accidentally also kicking Iceberg, who claims that whenever she gets pissed off like that, her aim sucks. And he's got a nice little welt on the side of his head. So after seeing the letter from Kokoro, Iceberg initially rips it apart, which the Straw Hats take as he's not going to help them. But he's like, yeah, no, I'll help them. But why did you rip it up? Because the fucking lipstick mark was creeping me out. Because she had kissed it. As it turns out, Kokoro and him are old drinking buddies, so he accepts. We cut down to the Mary, where Kaku has arrived and has started checking out the ship. He noted Zoro was still taking a nap up on the main deck, and just kind of leaves him be to go about doing his work. He finds some of the floorboards are loose, checks out the mast, says that yeah, this is definitely got to be replaced, and going into the sleeping quarters, he starts pulling up the floor. This does wake up Zoro, who is initially thinks that this is another attack, but the guy explains himself, so he's like, oh, okay. And while taking a look underneath the floorboards, he makes a mention of something not seeming good, but we cut away for a moment. Because there's an incident happening. 2 of the money bags have been stolen because Usopp was holding on to them and nobody else was paying attention. The Frankie family has taken 200 million berries from them and are currently getting away on a pair of Yagata. And Luffy is standing by. Thankfully, Polly comes running by a little far off, being chased by some guys. As it turns out, he's got a bad gambling habit, and these guys are loan sharks who are after him to pay off his debt. He jumps off the side of the bridge when he sees that the Yagata are down there, lands on it, and kicks the Frankie family off. As they're getting away, Lucci has now come out, where the pigeon is talking for him, which of course starts up a whole thing. Just like a nice little joke about that. And when Polly finds out how much money is currently with him, instead of bringing it back like they assumed that he would, he starts leaving with it. So Luffy and the others are about to try to go after him, but Lucci stops them and says, no, it's because the pigeon says, because this is galley law business now, he's gonna handle it. So he goes off, brings Polly back by grabbing him by the ear, and they return the money. We also find out that Polly is a very much a prude. When he notices how short not only Khalifa's skirt is, but also Nami's, he starts calling them harlots and all that kind of stuff, and how they should cover up their legs. So he's very old style. How dare you show your ankles kind of situation. But only in that.
So I can go pause it real quick so I can go heat up dinner.
Okay, you only had 15 minutes ago.
Batman. It's not me this time.
Nope. And King had plenty of time to go do that while you were gone.
That's true.
Had you been fully caught up by the time? Because you said the last thing you heard was about the mask. Ow. Thanks, Roppy. Ow. Turtle, that was a question for you.
Who?
Were you fully caught up before we came back, or is there anything you want me to go over really quick while we got the minute? You good? Okay.
Yeah. Gracias.
No problem.
One of the
Depending on
cats.
King, would be down for a thought it was the muffin button. It's not the muffin button. It could be a muffin button.
One of the cats is trying to eat my hair.
But yeah, I asked King, and he said maybe, depending on if he wants to do a Souls thing tomorrow. But would you be down for a Dragonflight stream tomorrow?
You
tomorrow?
asking me?
Yeah. You can come too, Ben, but you got to get caught up to us.
Don't say that. That means I'm gonna power level my character to 70.
I mean, did you
Not
not get
just
like
the
a
70, you also have to finish the storyline.
well, and he would join us at our current part of the story.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, would you be down for that tomorrow, possibly?
Possibly.
Okay. If not, I can do Star Wars.
At first you had my curiosity, but now you have my erection.
Is it because you're staring at Khalifa and Iceberg, aren't you, Robbie? I mean, they are both very hot. And then of course Zombie is right there in his fishnets.
None
Yeah,
of them were being weird.
Okay.
I was looking for my animals because someone made a sound and I was like, where is that coming from?
It was mainly Zombie. You know what? I get it. Anyway, so initially, so we get that. We find out like another one. We find out Polly's quirk a little bit, and we also get a little bit of an interaction between him and Lucci, who he's pissed at for not only making him give back the money, but also constantly kind of hitting him for being stupid. So he uses his fucking super finesse with ropes to like basically launch a rope out of his sleeve, snag onto Lucci's arm, throw him into the air, and try to slam him down onto the ground. Now, initially, this seems like it may have done something pretty major because there's a big old dust cloud. But when that cloud of dust clears, the pigeon flew off of Lucci's shoulder, by the way. We see that Lucci has stopped his descent and the impact with only his fingers that are just dug into the cement below, essentially. So these guys are pretty fucking strong. So yeah, that's all fun. We also learn that it's not the pigeon itself that actually talks. Turns out Lucci's doing a ventriloquism thing because he's a shy weirdo and doesn't like to actually talk to people, so he talks through his bird. It's what he does.
I like Lucci even more.
Not long after that, they are given a bit of a tour while they continue to wait for Kaku, and they're looking around the docks. Usopp gets a little bit separated from the others, still holding on to the cash, and he's enjoying himself while looking at a really big shiny cannon. But I believe we do see that a couple of the members of the Frankie family are kind of lurking in the background. Luffy and Nami are... Sir, your Kaku is showing on stream. Yes, he is. Look at him. His nose is currently erect. So Luffy and Nami are currently talking with Iceberg and the other shipwrights about what to do with the ship and discussing some money figures when Kaku finally does show back up. And he's not looking good. He's not looking too happy. As it turns out, the Mary is at the end of her life. That is his assessment. She, by his assessment, would not be able to make it to the next island were they to sail out. Even if they go for a full repair, there is nothing that even the galley law, some of the best shipwrights in the entire world, can do to fix that ship. And that's because one of the most important parts of a boat is currently broken. That being the
Mast.
keel. No.
Oh.
Mast is easy to replace. You just pop in a new mast. The keel is that part of the boat that is that long piece of wood that goes from the stem to stern, where everything else is built off of it.
Yeah.
Like, along the bottom.
It's basically the ship's spine.
Essentially.
And just as important.
And that's not really replaceable, because in order to replace it, you essentially just have to rebuild the entire ship. So of course, Luffy and Nami are hearing none of it. Usopp is not there, but they know that Usopp would immediately not be happy about that. They start saying like, "No, you've got to do this because the Mary isn't just a ship; she's basically a member of the Straw Hats, and they're not willing to just leave her behind, essentially, to go off with a new ship." Now, unfortunately, during this time period, Usopp has been kidnapped by the Frankie family in essentially a bid to steal the money. There are 2 bags that are left behind. Seemingly it is their bags, but when a government agent shows up to talk to Iceberg while Luffy and Nami are hiding, Luffy very quickly notices that the bags are very light. And that's because they're not theirs. They're dummies that are empty. So now not only is Usopp missing, they also are down 200 million berries, which, they kind of need because they're gonna more than likely have to get a new ship. Luffy runs off to try to find Usopp and the money. Usopp being, of course, the main priority because that's how his brain goes. It's food, friends, whatever is actually supposed to be important at the time. Always. Then Nami goes after them as well, but this time on the Yagata because Luffy decides he wants to try to parkour like Kaku, so he jumps off the side down to the main streets to try to look for Usopp. Nami's goal was to get back to the ship to get the others to bring them back to help find Usopp and get their money back, but she comes across a little bit of a scene that is happening in one of the back streets. When she stops, she actually finds a very beat up Usopp on the ground, beaten and bloodied, surrounded by some people who, concerned citizens, and he's crying. He's not having a good time because not only was he not strong enough to protect the money, they needed the money to fix the Mary. He doesn't know that the Mary is on her last legs now because he wasn't there for that conversation. So he still thinks that the Mary can possibly be fixed. She realizes that she can't exactly move him in the condition that he's in. So she unfortunately has to leave him behind to go get Chopper as fast as she can so that he can, do the first aid needed so that they can move him. So she tells him to stay there and heads off. They also know where the Frankie family house is now, thanks to Iceberg, because, they kind of worked for Gallilaw. Not really, but they did like side jobs for them. So everybody knows where the Frankie family lives. So the plan was find everyone, find Usopp, go raid them, get their money back. She did tell Usopp where exactly the Frankie family house is. Can you grab an image of the Frankie family house for me?
Sure thing.
Thank you, sir. So eventually she does get back to the boat. Sanji and Chopper have made their way back to the boat as well, though Chopper and Sanji having found out that, hey, Robin's missing, so that's fun. That's 2 members of the crew that are kind of slightly unaccounted for. And we cut to the Frankie family house, where a mysterious figure in a mask, known as Frankie, is congratulating his group for getting 200 million berries, because they had apparently been trying to save up 200 million berries for something for the longest time now. But every time that they get it, they ended up, every time they got money from a bounty, they would blow it on a party or blow it on the Yagata races to try to get more money, and essentially they wouldn't be able to hold on to it. But now, thanks to the Straw Hats, they've got all the money that they need for whatever the hell that Frankie is trying to do. The Frankie family house looks as such, courtesy of the Tema. It's a funny looking place.
Bad Moons, got it.
Something like that.
That was a joke specifically
Yeah.
for Kramer.
I know.
Yeah.
I wanted to be a part of the fun too. Okay.
Illegal.
Clearly.
Though, funnily enough, exactly the opposite, because bad moons are rich. These guys cannot remain rich.
No, they cannot hold on to money for the fucking life of them. I need a picture of Frankie in his mask. I want to use that, but that's actually somebody else's art that isn't part of the crew, the group. So, no, I can't use that. There we go. That works. Copy. There you go. That's what he looks like in his. He's all got up in his mask.
Yeah, notably different person from the one that walked past Robin.
Yes, very different person from the one who walked past Robin. We are running out of room. We're gonna need a new, we're gonna need to make another thing for this. Anyway, so Frankie's congratulating them, throws them a little bit of the cash because they don't really need all the 200 million, just a little bit. So he gives them about 5 million to go party with, while he and 2 others head off to go to do some dealings on the black market. Turns out whatever it is needs to go through the black market. What do you know? So while that's about to happen, the door to the Frankie family house suddenly blows up. And standing in the door is the very beat up, very angry, very yelling Usopp. Turns out he didn't listen to Nami and did not stay put to wait for the others to be able to get to be able to help with going after the Frankie family. He attempts to put up a fight. Unfortunately, he is very quickly beaten by Frankie and the Frankie family. And when the others eventually find him, because they go to the spot that Nami told them and he's not there, but they find a blood trail and realize that he must have gone off to face the Frankie family, they find him in even worse condition.
Just to give you a good mental image, he looks about as beat up as Yamcha did after getting blown up by a Cyberman.
Yeah, just not in the traditional Yamcha death pose.
Yeah. On the Yamcha death pose, not in a crater, but he looks just about as beaten up.
It's really bad. Chopper does an initial assessment really quick and says, yeah, he's alive. He'll be fine for a minute. And one of the best beatdowns in all of One Piece happens, where the 4 of them, Frankie has already left to go to the black market not long after they beat up Usopp, and they bust down the other door. And the four members of the crew, because Nami stayed back to keep an eye on the Mary and their gold and money and all that shit, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Chopper essentially demolish the entirety of the Frankie house. And it's not just in retribution for the fact that they stole the money. It is very much also because of what had happened to Usopp.
Abundantly clear. Like,
say again?
I said that was abundantly clear.
Yeah, well, the Frankie family didn't have it very clear to them. They thought it was about the money because they kept trying to say, no, the money's gone already. Even if you beat us up, it's not going to bring it back. And Luffy's just like, it's not about that anymore. In a very serious situation, where he also does show off a new move, which is known as the Gum Gum Cannon, where he just builds up so much speed while doing what is essentially kind of like a very short Gatling, that he turns it all into one hit, that is able to literally bust through some very thick armor on one of the larger members of the Frankie family. But yeah, so they demolish the place. And while Chopper is doing first aid to allow them to finally move Usopp and get him back to the ship, Luffy has come to a conclusion, because they also expressed that, hey, the ship is at the end of her life to Sanji. Zoro already knew because he was there when Kaku was doing the assessment, and he had actually in a very short moment, he had actually asked the Mary, was she really, was it really coming to an end? Like, he looked to the mast and asked. This crew is very attached to their ship. But Luffy has made a decision, and this was going to be the Mary's last stop, and they were gonna get a new ship. So we cut to later. It's now sunset in the evening. A little bit of time has passed, and Usopp has finally woken up. He expresses, how sorry he is that everything happened, and they were going to try to be able to fix the Mary. And I don't know if me and Tamer can't figure out that if this was Luffy's way of just trying to make it easier on Usopp, or if he really felt like this was the best way to express it. But he kind of, in a sort of happy-ish way, not super happy, but like a calm, not sounding too concerned tone, expresses to Usopp that they are going to leave the Mary here to essentially finish out her life and get a new ship. Usopp, having received this ship from not only his hometown, but given to him by, the girl he likes from his hometown, is not very happy about that whatsoever. There is a lot of yelling and screaming that happens. There is a bit of a fight that breaks out to the point where Usopp is saying that Luffy just abandons anything that gets in his way anymore, and how he may as well just abandon him too because he's useless to the crew, he's not very powerful, that kind of shit. We get to see that a lot of what has been happening over the course of their adventure has been getting to Usopp, because he's not the strongest member of the crew. He knows he's not the strongest member of the crew, and most of the time he feels like he's getting in people's way, and he's letting that get to him. And the abandonment of the Mary is the culmination of that, because something we have to remember about this crew is, outside of Robin, these are all teenagers.
Yeah.
They're young adults. They're not fully developed yet. A lot of them don't fully know exactly what they want to do. Like Chopper's like fucking 15. They're young. So of course Usopp is not thinking clearly. Luffy's not thinking clearly, and is about to yell, "Well, if you don't like the way that I captain, then you can get off my ship." But Sanji stops him by kicking him in the face. But Usopp understood what he was about to say and decides to take that. So he leaves the crew. Usopp is officially determined that he is not going to be part of the Straw Hats anymore. He goes out the door, gets off the ship, and when they think that he's actually gone, he yells out to Luffy one last time, challenging him to a fight. The terms being that if he wins, he gets the Mary.
And there is something that Sanji said here that kind of does resound through again and again, and that is, there are some when it's like this, you have to watch what you say, because there are some things that you can't take back.
Mm-hmm. And Luffy was about to acknowledge that before Usopp decided to leave the crew, because he just takes that as a meaning that he really isn't, able to stay with the Straw Hats anymore, because he doesn't feel like he stands up with the rest of the crew. But yeah, he challenges Luffy to a fight at midnight over the Mary, and yeah, so that's a major situation of what has happened. It is it's a rough scene, and it doesn't get better when we get to the fight. So Usopp, of course, shows up to do the fight. The rest of the crew, it just doesn't like this. They don't like that this is a thing that is happening. But Zoro, essentially being the unofficial
First
co-captain,
Co-captain?
well, no, he is the first mate.
Fair enough.
The unofficial vice captain of the crew just says, no, we need to stay out of this. This is what he has chosen to do. We need to let things play out as they will. essentially he's being the most mature one out of all of them in a situation of honor, essentially. The fight actually seems to go in Usopp's way, you know, because he's pretty close to Luffy and the rest of the crew. He knows a good bit about them and their weaknesses. He is able to devise a good amount of plans that do actually put Luffy on the defensive a bit, using a lot of sharp objects in his shots. One is actually like a multi-shot shuriken slingshot weapon that he uses. He's got caltrops everywhere to keep Luffy in place, essentially. He does eventually use an impact dial because those are important, and he got a bunch of them from Skypiea to absorb one of Luffy's hits and push it back on him. But ultimately, he can't beat Luffy.
As cunning as he is, and
Mhm.
even though he put up a really good fight for a member of the quote-unquote weak trio, Luffy is the strongest member of that crew.
So Usopp does lose. At the end of the fight, Luffy says that, you know, we can't have anything that will hold us back. So you can have the Mary. We're moving forward with the new ship. So the Straw Hats take everything from the ship, essentially leaving Usopp with his own gear, with his own stuff, and the Mary, and they depart. We do get a lovely, sad shot of the Mary's. God, this is fucking with me. I'm blanking on the thing. The Luffy's special seat. What's it fucking called?
It's called the figurehead,
Thank you.
also known as bowsprit, because they're kind of one and the same on the Mary.
Yeah. On the figurehead, we get to see the ocean had a little bit of an upkick, which put the perfect tear stain on the Mary's face, which is just great. No, it didn't hurt at all. Nope. Nuh-uh. I'm not crying. You're crying. But yeah, so the Straw Hats leave behind the Mary and Usopp. Usopp is left with the ship. And they apparently go off and get a hotel. Nobody is happy at the moment. Luffy is probably the most devastated out of all of them over Usopp leaving the crew the way that he did, because throughout the series, the two of them are basically brothers. Like, they get along like a house on fire, have all kinds of fun. Yeah, the Usopp kind of gets hurt a couple of times just by Luffy doing something stupid. Like that one time where he threw a fucking rock hard pumpkin on his head and almost, you know, broke his brain. But you know, they had a good time. They were really close friends, and it's hitting him very hard.
Yeah.
Like,
This isn't just, oh, Usopp left the crew. No, it's Usopp is gone.
Yeah, like Usopp is not part of the crew anymore. Chopper is of course devastated as well, because not only is Usopp leaving the crew, he's in terrible condition. Like, his body is not recovered whatsoever from this so far, and then he had to fight Luffy. So, you know, Chopper's had to be held back from going to try to fix him because, you know, he's not part of the crew anymore. We can't do that kind of stuff. But we also get worse news. Turns out that sometime during the night, there was an assassination attempt on Iceberg. He's not only the leader of the Galley Law Company, the head of the Galley Law for the shipbuilding company, he's also the mayor of Water 7. So he's a pretty important dude. We come to find out after he wakes up that one of the people who came to assassinate him was Robin. So the Straw Hats have been pinned as the masterminds behind an assassination attempt on one of the most beloved figures in all of Water 7. There is also we also cut back to Kokoro and Chimney for a bit, where they notice that the winds are changing and are very strong. Kokoro saying, oh, it's that time of the year. As it turns out that there is a major storm that hits Water 7 every year. known as Aqua Laguna, which is basically a really powerful hurricane that hits every year. To the point where the back streets need to not only evacuate, but they need to fully prep their houses with everything that they can to keep water out of the buildings. So it's usually a very major event. The people of the city are very used to it. Whenever they notice the winds, they're like, oh yeah, it's about that time. So it's a lot like Florida whenever a hurricane's about to hit.
Except imagine if the floodwaters reached dozens, if not hundreds of feet high.
Yes.
So it's
There's a
Norway.
reason. Yeah,
So
there's
it's
a
not.
reason the Water 7 walls are that big.
Yes. So yeah. So we got that coupled on top too. As if there wasn't enough shit going on. So Nami and Luffy are headed off to Dock 1, not knowing that Robin was a part of the event because that hadn't been sent out to the papers yet. Mostly because Iceberg was apparently still unconscious from the attempted attack on his life. They were going to go try to check up on him because, hey, you know, he was nice to them, so that he's kind of a friend now. So they want to go find out what happens. Meanwhile, Frankie got back and found that not only was the entirety of the Frankie family basically fucking beat to hell, but the house was gone because, you know, it kind of got sort of demolished in the fight. So he's pissed and is out to try to find Luffy to get revenge for his crew and his house. So that's a thing that's happening. Oh god, what else am I missing for the lead up? Tamer, help.
Okay, so let's see. Iceberg assassinated. Straw Hats are unaware. Attempted assassination. He's not dead.
No, he's not dead.
Yeah. Robin was there, so the Straw Hats are wanted. Straw Hats are unaware of this. He's pissed and going to find the Straw Hats. That is pretty much the whole build-up to returning to Dock 1.
Yeah, and the shipwrights are wondering why the Straw Hats would try that, and wonder if it's because, you know, they said that they can't fix the Mary, so apparently they attempted to do something like that. That's the reasoning that they've come up with. So Water 7 was actually Water 7 is one of the best fuck that. The Water 7 saga is the best saga, one of the best sagas in the entire fucking series. Just bar none.
Yeah.
There's, outside of Long Ring Long Land, there is no problems that I have with this arc. Even if the whole Usopp thing hurts like hell.
Did someone fall asleep?
Did someone fall asleep?
I'm hearing, like, kind of loud breathing noises. Kind of like someone snoring.
Hey, Ben.
Oh, that's me. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I can tell it was him because he's constantly spinning on my screen.
Oh.
I got
Sorry
scared
about that.
when I'm playing a scary game. Everything's really dark, and I keep hearing like screams. I got
Well,
scared.
if that's the case, then mute. God damn it!
Sorry.
I thought that it was snoring, honestly.
If you want to know, I'm playing Dark Tide, and everything's dark, and I'm very scared.
And there's a tide.
Yeah, there's a tide of dark.
I want to give Dark Tide a try because it doesn't have my problem that I have with Vermintide, which is the fucking rats in the walls.
I kind of want to try Dredge. I'm not gonna lie.
This is Dredge.
You haven't heard of Dredge? We're not talking about this. We're here. This is important. We gotta get this going.
Oh
We
yeah.
got a lot to get through still.
Straw Hats arrive
I'm
at Dock
planning
1.
on playing Dredge soon.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yes, Straw Hats arrive at Dock 1.
Yes. Straw Hats arrived at Dock 1. There are a lot of people outside of Dock 1 yelling, screaming to the dock, wanting to be let in because, fuck's sake, it's Iceberg. Everybody loves Iceberg.
There is one more bit of lead up that we forgot to do, and that was the reason why Iceberg is so beloved. No. You mentioned that he's the mayor, but very specifically, there used to be tons of shipwright companies in Water 7, and they all used to fight. Water 7 was in a terrible spot until a quote-unquote mysterious, people knew him, but he kind of came out of nowhere. The shipwright, who was absolutely amazing, kept on taking people under his wing, kept on just instructing people, being the most selfless guy and so extremely skilled and talented, and that was Iceberg. It was because of him that Water 7 finally unified and became as prosperous as it was today. He is not just the most beloved mayor, he is pretty much the reason Water 7 even exists as a major town at this point.
Yeah.
They owe everything to him.
He is what a lot of capitalists think that they are when they're doing shit. That is terrible. But he's actually doing good at it.
Yeah.
He's
but
Milton
yeah.
Hershey. Got it.
Yeah, essentially.
He's
Um
he's the one good billionaire.
yeah. And he probably isn't even actually a billionaire because I wouldn't be surprised if he gives away a ton of cash to like
Gives away
local
most of it,
businesses
yeah.
and shit. Yeah.
His job and personal ideals are to make sure that Water 7 is prosperous. He doesn't
Yes.
give a fuck about his own personal funds.
Yep. But yeah, so there's a bunch of people there that are concerned over the fact that, you know, there's been an attempted assassination on him, wondering if he's okay because at the moment he's still knocked out and nobody outside of Galley Law knows that he's awake yet. While they're there trying to find a way in, Frankie shows up on top of one of the bridges nearby, does a nice little dance, introduces himself, and yells out that he's here to beat the shit out of Straw Hat. He doesn't even know that there's been an attempted assassination on Iceberg yet as well. So, of course, when they find out who Frankie actually is, Luffy gets pissed because he gets to remember, hey, fuck, this is the fucker that caused all that shit to happen with Usopp.
By the way,
Your fault.
I feel like we need to. I know that it's already crowded, but you know what? Actually, this can take place of the mask because this is our reintroduction to Frankie.
This is our official introduction to Frankie. That
Yeah,
is very true.
I just sent you the perfect picture for it.
He is no longer masked. Yep, yeah, that works. That works real good. You know what? Let's do this.
Oh.
Oh, come on.
Almost there.
There we go. We're gonna merge that all into one layer. We're gonna make it go away. We're gonna leave Water 7 with its own nice little layer, so it's always in the background because it's fucking beautiful
Yeah.
and it deserves to stay. This is Frankie.
And he is super.
He is super. That is also just a pair of girls that hang out with him. I can't remember the names for the life of me. They are kind of important. They are sisters. Their names are slipping my fucking brain at the moment.
Oh, and something that we kind of forgot to mention. The crowd is full on rioting against the Straw Hats, and they've actually grabbed.
No. They have not done that yet.
Oh, they have not done that
They
yet?
don't
I thought that
know-
Frankie interrupted that.
They don't know that the Straw Hats are responsible yet.
Oh, okay. My
But
bad.
yes, that does happen. I want to get the names of those two. There we go. Kiwi and Mozu.
Kiwi and Mozu. Very nice.
So we got Kiwi, Frankie, and Mozu. As you can see, he's kind of got a Popeye thing going on with his arms up there. He's got nice little star tattoos. He likes to wear a Speedo, and that's about it.
Yeah.
So he quickly gets into a fight with Straw Hat, where the first thing that he does is breathe fire at them. This, of course, gets Luffy and Nami wondering if he's a devil fruit user, which quickly gets answered when he jumps straight into the water while everybody else is panicking and running away because Frankie's going on a rampage now.
He's a little bit well known for these things.
He's well known for going on a rampage. Nami remarks that if he is a devil fruit user, it might have been Luffy that remarks, but one of them says that if he was a devil fruit user, he was pretty stupid to jump straight into the ocean and probably didn't know that he can't swim. It's quickly answered when he jumps back out of the water, perfectly fine and able to swim, and attacks them with his arm shooting off with a chain attached to the other part of the arm that's stopped with his strong right ability. As it turns out, this motherfucker's a cyborg.
Okay.
So he got weapons in his body. What'd you say, King?
It's very
Okay.
quite. Oh, okay, I guess.
I love his little defeated, like, okay. Like, he's done. So done.
Yep.
I was done 3 episodes ago. I'm just doing this as a courtesy to Big.
Oh, I mean, we can stop.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Uh-huh.
You're
Gotta love when that's a threat. But yeah, he's a cyborg. He's got weapons in his body. He's able to not only shoot out fire from his mouth. He's also got a move called Master Nails, where he just spits out a bunch of nails at you at high velocity.
He's got literal finger guns.
He's got a literal finger gun called the Ouchie Finger, where he just pops the front of his pointer finger off, and he shoots a pistol shot at you. He's got a cannon in his arm,
which uses his left hand's palm as a reticle as it just spirals open.
It just spirals open into a reticle to use for aiming. He can twist the same arm to show a small sort of Gatling gun situation. It's not like a Gatling gun. It's just like 5 shots that can fire out. He's got some fucking tricks. And I'm going to go ahead and reveal this pretty quickly. He's powered by the fucking power of soda carbonation.
Yep.
That's how he keeps his shit going.
Yep.
You know,
And
I'm
it's
behind it.
funky.
I'm on board.
His stomach there is actually a refrigerator where he keeps 3 bottles of cola at all times that are connected. And as he uses up more and more of it, his pompadour actually starts to fall down. So the higher his pompadour, the more fuel he's got.
The more super he is.
The more super. So they quickly devolve into a fight. Because of course, Frankie's pissed about the house and his crew being destroyed. Usopp's pissed about Usopp and the money. It's all a big thing. So they start wrecking Dock 1 while they're fighting. The shipwrights at that time have learned that one of the members of the Straw Hats was part of the assassination attempt, and find out that, hey, Straw Hat's going insane inside of their fucking dock right now. What the hell is this? So not only did the news crews that were standing outside of the Galley Law Company find out who attempted to do the assassination, which eventually will spread to the entire town, they go to Dock 1 to take down Luffy and try to find out why they attempted to assassinate their boss. Which quickly evolves into a pretty rough fight for Luffy. Not rough because he's having a hard time fighting back. It's because he doesn't want to fight back because he's confused on why they're attacking him. He doesn't understand. Eventually, Paulie does yell out, "It's because because one of your crew attempted to assassinate Iceberg last night," which then results in the thing that Tamer was talking about, where the crowd of people starts turning on them, and one of them grabs onto Nami. Frankie, who now has learned that Iceberg was attacked, is a little bit miffed by it, but doesn't really pay too much into it. Is annoyed that his fight has been taken over because he was here first to fight Straw Hat. So he feels like he should have dibs. He reveals one of the most powerful attacks that he has, where he pulls out basically a T-shaped pipe that he attaches to both of his arms, and holds out, where it sucks in a huge amount of air, inflating the 2 big portions of his arms, which he uses to fire out a very powerful air pressure cannon that was able to dent a nearby crane, the first time he used it against Straw Hat, which he calls coup de vent. Which thankfully kind of works out in Luffy's favor because it allows him the chance to grab Nami and get away when it hits. So they're on the run now. Hey, what do you know? Pirates are having a problem in the town. Who would have thought? So now they're confused as to why Robin would have been involved in an assassination attempt. They know that they weren't involved in it whatsoever because they haven't seen Robin since yesterday. And of course, they weren't involved in the actual attack because they were busy dealing with their own intercrew personal shit. So now the goal is to try to find Robin, clear their names, and figure out what the hell is going on. Frankie was initially going to go after them, but after using coup de vent twice, his fuel is running pretty low, so he's got to stay off the case to go and get a refill. So he heads to the local nearby bar, where he also runs into Granny Kokoro and the barkeep.
Let me see if I can find it as well. Yep, here I go. I found him.
Damn, you quick. See, this is why I need you here, Tamer. You're faster than me.
You're looking for the barkeep, right?
Yeah. We meet the barkeep named Bluno.
Bluno.
He's a weird dude who, for some reason, likes to keep his hair in a bowl shape. Couldn't tell you why. It's just a thing he does.
Literally nothing, not even his weapon themes are like bull themed.
Why would he need
what?
weapons? What?
Ugh.
Come on, Tamer.
Apologies. Brain. Yes. Nothing he has other than his hair is bull themed.
It's bull themed. Yes.
Not his voice patterns, not his laugh, nothing.
I think I'm spelling that wrong, but I don't care. Anyway, so yeah, we meet Bluno. We also come across Kokoro, who's hanging out at the bar because she's made it back to Water 7.
Hold on.
And what?
Wah.
When did this arc come out?
Originally? Years ago.
Hold up.
Long time ago.
So for the manga, it came out in
2004.
2004. Keep in mind, that might just be the manga.
That's the manga version, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Why?
I think his name's a reference.
I mean, it might be.
Probably.
A lot of things in One Piece are a reference.
The Blue Nose was a fishing and racing gaff rig schooner built in 1921 in Lunenburg, Nova Scotia, Canada. And there's a song about it by Stan Rogers called Blue Nose. Tribute to it. She's a very well regarded ship.
Was there anything about the Blue Nose that had bull theming?
Yeah, did it have a bull theme on it?
Not really, but the name Blue Nose originated as
This might just be a coincidence.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, but it's pretty close.
It is pretty close, and Oda is known for doing stuff like that, but it's mostly Japanese or like full-on pirate themed. Like I told you about Blackbeard and Whitebeard both being based off different parts of the original Blackbeard. Also put in perspective, the admirals are all based off of very famous Japanese movie stars from back in the day. Aokiji specifically, I can't remember who Aokiji was based off of.
I'd help with this one, unfortunately.
It was Yasaku Masuda. Yeah. He played a character with a very similar hairstyle, clothing, and sleep mask design to Kuzan. And they also share the same birthday. So yeah. And like Frankie here is actually based off Ace Ventura.
You know that makes a
Yeah,
lot more
yeah,
sense.
okay. Yeah.
I didn't even
Yeah.
know that reference. That already
I
makes
mean,
more
I was like, I've
sense.
seen this design before. Where have I seen? He's Ace Ventura, and I went, yep, nope. Mm-hmm.
Yep. And L.
That film, by the way, not great. Just saying.
It was
That
funny.
movie has issues.
Oh yeah, it had a lot of issues because it was made back in the fucking 90s. Are you insane?
Yeah.
Why can't I fly around the extra?
You just can't fly
'Cause it's
inside
Burning
the exit arc.
Crusade content.
Yeah, but I'm
It's
outside.
Burning Crusade.
Oh, so I need Burning Crusade flying.
No,
Well,
you just
no,
can't fly there.
Yeah, the Burning Crusade zones in Azeroth, you can't fly in.
How rude.
They never went back. It's like
Yeah.
if we rework, it's the number one reason I want to see a rework of Azeroth, of Kalimdor and the Eastern Kingdoms again, is the idea that, hey, it's been 15 years since the Draenei crash landed. Stuff's moved on, and also we're gonna go ahead and just allow you to fly in that area.
But one more
Okay.
little tidbit is an L from last time. He's based off of Eminem.
Ha!
Yeah, you told me about
That
that.
makes sense.
Told us about that.
Okay, I did tell you. Okay.
I didn't know about that at least.
Well, you learned something new today.
Yay.
Anyway, so yeah, we also find Granny Kokoro is also at the bar, drinking away and bringing up the fact that she's back because Aqua Laguna is coming, but also she's a little curious about this assassination attempt on Iceberg. She doesn't think that it was the Straw Hats who did it. In fact, she drops a very interesting tidbit about a secret government organization that might be behind it. There is a government organization well known, known as Cypherpol, which essentially is the direct arm of the government, where the Navy is like the face of the government, like the Marines like go around doing all the pirate capturing stuff. They're kind of like the Secret Service of sorts for the world government.
Yeah, except they also do some public stuff too.
Yeah, they do.
They're more political than the Marines.
Right.
Marines are military might. These guys are more subtle.
Yeah. She brings up that she thinks that the party responsible for the assassination attempt is actually CP9, a name we've heard before. Now, CP9, as she states, is not meant as it's not a known group of agents. This is a apparently secret organization within CP9 that is supposed to be within Cypherpol, that is supposed to be totally off the books.
Yeah.
To the
As
point
far
where
as the
people
public
just think they're a
knows-
myth.
Yeah, as far as the public knows, there are only eight segments to the Cypherpol.
So yeah, she thinks that it's them, but we don't really get too much time to dwell on that as we cut back to the Straw Hats, who are having a bit of a time, mostly because Luffy decided to barge his way into Galila not long after finding out about what happened. So he's running around like a chicken with his head cut off, trying to find where Iceberg is inside of the little manor that's on Dock 1, while Nami was left on a roof somewhere, waiting for him to come back. When Iceberg finds out that Luffy is running around inside of his house, and people are, of course, attempting to try to capture him. None of the shipwrights are there, or none of the foremen are there at the moment. They think that he's still off somewhere else. He tells Khalifa to direct Luffy to his room. He wants to talk to Straw Hat. So we get a very quick little face-to-face between the two, where Luffy, of course, asks, "Did you actually see Robin last night?" To which Iceberg says, "Yes. Yeah, I did." And he then pulls a gun on Luffy, which Luffy reacts about as well as anybody who isn't afraid of guns, where he just stands there staring at it because he's fucking rubber. What's he care? But Iceberg is essentially threatening him, saying, "I want to talk to Robin again. I want to see her again." But he says, "I'm sorry, I can't. We don't know where she is." There's not much more of an exchange outside of Iceberg kind of doing like a fake shot off to the side while Luffy jumps out the window to go collect Nami and go back to the crew. Meanwhile, Sanji, who is still out trying to find Robin with Chopper, they're not having an easy time of it because the wind's picking up, so Chopper can't even try to get her scent. They do eventually come across her across the water, very choppy water that was hard to swim across for that would be hard to swim across for Sanji, and she says that she's leaving the crew. That the path that she is taking is too dark, and she can't stay with them anymore, so she is choosing to leave the crew, and essentially apologizes for the fact that they have been wrapped up in this assassination attempt because of the fact that she was involved. Sanji and Chopper aren't really having it. They try to go after her, but she leaves while Sanji is struggling to swim across to the other side, but he can't make it. Not long after that, we have just Sanji and Chopper sitting on the other side of the lake, on the other side of the little river road, whatever the hell you call them. Canal.
Yeah.
And Sanji says, all right, you go back and tell the others what Robin said. I am going to go after her. Because, I mean, these guys are stubborn. They're not going to just take her at her word that she actually wants to leave. Because he's noted that the way that she said it feels like she was lying to them. Lying about the fact that she doesn't want to come back and all of that. So he's going to go after her separately. Chopper goes back, does tell the others, and they make a decision. They are going to try to see Robin one more time, because if there was one assassination attempt, you can bet there's probably going to be another. So they go stake out the Galley Law Company for a little bit to try to figure out, what's going on. During that night in which Akalaguna is on its way, it's supposed to hit by midnight. As a reminder, they go and stake out the place to wait out and see what happens. Now, the plan is they will, when a commotion starts because an assassination attempt is going to happen, that's when they'll slip in and try to see if they can find Robin. Luffy initially agrees to this plan.
And then
He
Luffy
doesn't
went
listen
off on
very
his
long.
own.
Luffy launches himself off on his own while they aren't paying attention, and we come to find out very quickly that when he does so, he gets himself stuck between two very tight buildings.
Which is an issue because when they realized that he was going to go off on his own, they actually thought that they would be able to take advantage of the distraction he'd inevitably cause.
Because the assassination attempt does happen again, this time much more loudly and with more people. So not only is Robin back with the very large person with the mask, there are now 3 others that are with them, also dressed up in costume masquerade masks. One goes off to essentially keep all of the Galley Law shipwrights that are there to guard
Iceberg?
guard Iceberg distracted. The other 2 work their way sneaking in. Robin and the big one go in their own way as well, causing a little bit of a distraction where they kind of get cornered for a second, but the big dude does a bit of a magic trick where he throws up a giant red cloak in front of her and him and Robin, and the shipwrights start firing their guns and they tatter the cloak, but when it falls to the ground, there's no one there. Pull off a magic trick.
Woo.
They vanished. We quickly find out exactly how that works when the 2 of them finally make it to Iceberg's room, and they come in through a wall where there's not a door. As it turns out, this guy has a special devil fruit known as the door fruit, where he can make doors wherever he wants. In this case, he does so by pushing him by basically leaning himself up against the wall, tells Robin to give him a push, and a nice little perfectly shaped like him door gets opened to the other side.
And it's just a perfect little smooth opening.
It's a perfectly smooth opening, and when it closes, it turns back to a regular wall.
Yeah, devil fruit powers are fun.
They are. We do learn that, yes, it is in fact CP9 that is after Iceberg. Now, the assassination is kind of just a cover for exactly what they're doing. What they're really after is a very particular piece of information. Something that the government has been trying to get out of Iceberg for a very long time, which are blueprints to one of the ancient weapons. Because as it turns out, the ancient weapon of Pluton, the battleship that Crocodile was after back in Alabasta, was actually built in Water 7 over 800 years ago. And over the time period, the shipwrights of Water 7 had been passing down the blueprints to the battleship just in case the weapon were to ever resurface, essentially to create a countermeasure against it. And the government thinks that Iceberg has it. He has, of course, denied it multiple times over the course of the last 5 years, and they've never gotten out of it, so they've decided that now is the time that they are going to just basically get it from him or kill him, whichever comes first. Before CP9 had started their attack, the foremen were actually sitting out in front of his room where he was resting. He called in Polly to come speak with him really quick and told him to go take care of something for him. So Polly is actually off somewhere else when this whole thing starts to go down. The large guy with Robin goes out to take care of the foremen that are sitting outside. We quickly learn that he's very good at his job of taking care of those things, as Tilestone comes back, sees that Lucci and Kaku have been taken out because he had run off to go find the Straw Hats, who had been causing a commotion, and the other member of CP9 who was causing a commotion. He attempts to attack him with a very large hammer. He says a very particular thing, which is called Iron Body, holds out his fist, and the hammer basically crunches against his hand. We quickly learn about the Six Powers, which is a form of martial arts that the government has developed over the course of its entire existence, that helps to make someone become essentially superhuman. To put in perspective of how this works, you know those monks who can take ball kicks and not feel it?
Yeah.
Essentially, it's kind of like that. The Six Powers are Iron Body, Moonwalk. Iron Body, of course, makes your body as hard as iron. Moonwalk, which allows you to essentially jump off of the air to essentially fly, but you gotta jump each time. You're not just flying. Shave, which is a high-speed technique. Finger Pistol, which is, it's exactly what it is. You can basically pierce somebody with your finger. And Paper Art. There's a sixth one, which is escaping my brain, but Paper Art basically allows you to control your body and kind of wiggle it around in weird ways to help with dodging attacks and such. I always forget what the sixth one is. Oh, right. Tempest Kicked. Tempest Kick is the last one, which basically allows for you to kick so hard it creates an air pressure blade when attacking. So these guys all have those abilities. They pretty quickly take care of the foremen who were hanging out, which was basically just Kaku and Lucci. And Polly, meanwhile, while the entire thing is happening, is in Iceberg's office looking around for something. He pulls back the rug and finds a safe in the floor, which when he opens it, he finds some blueprints. It's at this moment that the two other members who had snuck into the building under the cover of all the commotion come across Polly, and one of them starts talking a lot. Basically tells Polly that, you know, Iceberg set him up to die by making him come here and get these blueprints, and he should, you know, he really should have just run away or that kind of shit. And essentially, it's a very quick fight. Polly loses almost immediately, and while he's sprawled out on the floor, gasping for air because he's, you know, had a bad time. The guy who had been talking the most, he's wearing a bull mask. The other guy is wearing like a really comical looking like skull mask. He says, you know, Iceberg didn't tell me what I was getting. He just told me to get the blueprints, leave them, and run. But I thought I could try to fight you. As it turns out, the blueprints that he's got are fake. They are not the blueprints to Pluton. They were just meant as a distraction, and Polly was supposed to leave them behind, but he attempted to fight anyway. This, of course, starts to piss off the others, or it pisses off the guy in the bull mask. Ah, my nose. Where he, my brain. Essentially, but right now the only one with Iceberg is Robin, and she's waiting for the okay to kill him. So she's got a gun to his head, and he attempted to pull a gun on her, and there was a whole exchange where she pulled out four guns because she's got the ability to have extra arms. So, you know, 4 beats 1. Anyway, Iceberg is trying to demand the reason why she would be doing something like this with the government. She had been running from the government for so fucking long that it doesn't make sense that that she would just give in to them. She expresses that she's doing it because she has a wish that she needs to be fulfilled, but we do not hear what that is just yet. He claims to her that her seeking the poneglyphs and all of this is just, why are you doing this? This is something that could threaten the world. And she expresses the fact that she doesn't care. The only reason she searches for the poneglyphs is to learn. And he expresses to her that it doesn't matter what you want to do with them. It is what others will try to do with the information that you find. Essentially saying that she needs to take responsibility for what she is doing. She continues to not care. Eventually leads to him holding her holding him down at gunpoint while waiting for the okay. But when the call comes in that the blueprints were a fake and for everybody to meet up at the bedroom, she, you know, has to not kill him. Meanwhile, back with Polly and the other two, Luffy has gotten himself free and launches himself at the building, where he just happens to puncture right through the wall that is to the office. Now he's stuck in the wall for a little bit. That's quickly mended when one of them attempts to attack him with a Tempest Kick. He gets out of the way, but he doesn't get to stay free for long because the guy in the bull mask pulls out a bunch of what are essentially giant staples and pins both of them to the floor to keep them out of the way. So that's fun. So he leaves, those two behind. Paulie's regretting the fact that he wasn't able to fight them and able to protect his boss because he really looks up to Iceberg, has ever since he was a little kid, because Iceberg is such an incredible shipwright, and asks Luffy if he would be able to help them now that he knows that they're not the ones behind him. Because one of the other things that the guy in the bull mask revealed was that no, the Straw Hats were not behind the assassination attempt. It was, in fact, CP9. He says this because, you know, he figures that Paulie's going to die, so what's it matter? so they all head back, and they start talking to Iceberg. And the guy in the bull mask takes off his mask. While he's taking off his mask, a very familiar pigeon lands on his shoulder. As it turns out, the ringleader of the CP9 group is actually Lucci. So we have a situation in our midst.
Oh no, not Bird Boy.
Bird
I like
Boy's
Bird
bad.
Boy.
Bird Boy's a bad man.
Bird Boy was
Oh.
deceit.
He was deceitful the entire time. But yes, turns out that CP9 had been working undercover at Galley Law and Water 7 for the last 5 years. The others who are revealed, Bruno from the bar is one of them. He was the
Yes.
big guy who was with Robin, and the least fleshed out of the people I'm about to reveal. Caulifla, who was acting as his secretary, was also a member of CP9, and Kaku. So yeah, that was a fucking twist back in the day, where it turned out that those four. Well, I say three because none of us really cared about Bruno. We only saw him for like one scene, and he barely talked. But yeah, no, finding out that Lucci, Kaku, and Caulifla were actually a part of the world government the whole time and out for very nefarious reasons. It was a hell of a twist back in the day. And even going back to rewatch it, you really don't. There's not a lot of clues that it was going to be a thing that happened. There's some subtle things that you get to see because there is like a little bit of a scene where they talk about where they're talking with Robin in like a shaded area, and we don't get to see them, but we get to hear like their voices, which is very clearly Lucci. Which is fun because the whole reason why Lucci wasn't even figured out right away, because none of the others had really been talking outside of Bruno because he's the least known out of the group. Nobody was able to figure out it was Rob Lucci because he'd always been talking through his bird. So because of the ventriloquism act, when he talked by himself, you really wouldn't be able to tell. So they reveal what they've been doing for the past 5 years, how they've been aiming to try to get the blueprints from Iceberg, and they need to know where the real ones are. They essentially pin Iceberg down for a moment. Kaku grabs him by the arm and starts to feel his pulse because they're about to do a lie detector test, essentially. Lucci starts asking questions because he's got an idea of who might actually have the blueprints if Iceberg doesn't actually have them. And they start talking about somebody from the past who had shown up with one name. On the blueprint, the fake blueprints that were put in place to try to lure them, there is the name of a shipwright company that has long since passed, known as Tom's Workers. Signed on it are the names Tom, Iceberg, and Cuddy Flam. A couple years back, there was a situation with Tom's Workers where Tom, who is actually the shipwright who built the ship for Gold Roger, had been put on trial. Had been put on trial back in the day for essentially making the ship that had caused a lot of problems for the entire world. Normally, that wouldn't be a thing that people would really get in trouble for because a ship is just a ship, but they had to set an example for the King of the Pirates,
Which is
for those who helped.
Unfair because you didn't put on trial the guy who made the atom bomb.
Well, I mean, whoever said that this world of One Piece was fair? Oh, okay. So Tamer had to step away for a minute. I was wondering why he hadn't said anything in a while. But yeah, so there was an incident about 12 years ago where Tom and the other shipwright's name, Cuddy Flam, had been had caused some problems for the government and had essentially been wanted. Tom had been taken to the prison known as Impel Down, and Cuddy Flam had apparently died in an accident. As it turns out, about 5 years ago, when they just started up their mission to try to get the blueprints, there was a visit that Iceberg had when Khalifa had just started as a secretary, and the guy introduced himself as Cuddy Flam, though he looked very particular in the fact that he looked like Frankie. So Frankie is actually Cuddy Flam. But he had not been going by his own name by the choice of Iceberg. We get a nice little flashback of him saying, don't call yourself Cuddy Flam anymore, mostly because, the government had written him off as dead, so that he doesn't have a record on him. And also had handed him the blueprints to Pluton, which had been given to Iceberg by Tom before he passed. He initially told Frankie to leave Water 7, leave it behind, but Frankie is a very stubborn person and did not want to leave, so he just stuck around anyway. Iceberg, while he is mad because, as it turns out, a little bit of what happened at the incident, which we will go into in a little while, a good portion of the reason why what happened to Tom in the past happened was partly technically Frankie's fault. Essentially, from what backstory we got from him at that point was initially Frankie had been abandoned by his pirate parents on Scrap Heap Island, which was a part of Water 7, and he was found by Tom, who as he had built a cannon and was firing shots out into the ocean, and Tom took him in. So that's essentially how he and Iceberg had met way back in the day. But yeah, so they essentially they quickly figure out that Cuddy Flam is the one with the blueprints by checking Iceberg's heart rate while asking questions, which affirms that not only is Cuddy Flam still alive, but he's definitely the one who's got the blueprints. So their goal now is to head out and try to find Frankie and get the blueprints from him. Now that would have been the plan essentially right away, if it wasn't for the fact that both the wall and the door were broken into from two different sides. Luffy had not only freed himself, thanks to the fact that he's rubber to pull himself out, had freed himself and freed Polly, the two of them heading up there, and the rest of the crew, Nami, Zoro, and Chopper, who had been doing their best to find their way through the mansion and not kill anybody as easily as they could, have finally found their way up there. So we get our nice confrontation, the reveal to Polly the fact that people he thought were his friends, that were close comrades, the people he could confide in, turned out to be assholes and out to kill his boss.
Okay, I'm gonna ask for pause here. I gotta use the restroom.
Okie dokie, because I do too. Pee break! Pee break. Everybody go get some water, go to the bathroom, grab a snack, come back. Be back in a second. Ma.
I have to restart my computer. Hold up.
Ra. Ra-pa-pa-ra. Ba-da-pa-pa-pa-pa-ra.
I return.
I return to.
Welcome back.
Yo.
Yo.
Yo. Forgive me for being so quiet this entire time. It's not for any particular reason. I'm just absorbing the information.
You're all good. Don't worry about it.
You know how I be. I don't talk too much.
I was about to say, we've done this for like 4 streams now.
It's nothing new. I've done the same thing every stream, and I've apologized every stream.
Yep. And you'll apologize next time too, I'm sure.
I really, really will. So yeah. I'm working on some jazz.
Yeah.
It's good background.
What have you been thinking about what has been explained so far?
I think I'm hurt by the bird betrayal.
Yeah, the bird betrayal hurts.
No, the other thing hurts about the person leaving.
Yeah, Usopp, the whole thing with Usopp is just
That
a fucking
whole
bad
thing.
time. That
Whole
hurts.
thing, like, I'm not even watching it, and the whole thing feels like I would cry.
Oh, yeah, it hurts much more to watch than does to have it explained to you.
I would imagine. So yeah, that pain. The rest of it, I think it's just interesting. And now I'm looking at that picture of Frankie because I hadn't looked at it properly until now. So I'm just being like, huh.
Yep, that's Frankie.
That's Frankie. That's wild. Talking to you is good because I did relatively soon. I'm gonna have to if I am on call and I suddenly dip. It's because talking to you makes it really, really easy to slip into one of my voices.
I just have to say that when I heard that phrase "not talking to you is good," I was like, "Oh my god!"
I didn't say that.
She said talking to me was good.
Yeah.
She didn't say not talking to me was good.
Oh, I heard that. I was about to be
No,
like, "Oh my god, savage."
No.
Welcome
Bless
back.
you. Jesus
I'm gonna go get a
Christ.
soda. I'll be back in a second.
Oh.
Well, that's the whole reason for being gone.
Why did you come back?
To sneeze in our ears. He did it specifically for that.
He should have just gotten the soda, and then come back afterwards. You know, when he comes back, I'm gonna also go get lemonade, and then I will return.
Wait, you just go. Do it now.
I have Bluetooth headphones, and I don't talk. I could literally, like, I've been moving around and doing things this entire time.
That's fair.
I'm not like King, who has his headphones at his desk.
They're wired.
Yeah.
Into his body.
Yep. I got Bluetooth headphones.
So I found something really fun, really interesting out. You want to hear it?
Is it
Sure.
that armadillos can jump up into the air like a rocket?
I already knew that. 6 feet actually. Like,
Yeah.
will collide with the front of with the windshield of your car. So what I found out was if I take Earthly into 2 battlegrounds, we don't need to win. We just need to complete them. I think we both get 30 marks of honor.
Well,
Because it's like a bonus recruit a friend thing that you can get. And I'm like,
Ah.
oh, cool. It's great. I need to like, or it might just be me getting them. But it's like, hey, here's a way for me to get 2 mounts, and like all it takes is showing Earthly the PvP stuff, and it happens if I win or lose.
eh, it may be both. I mean, I wouldn't. It would make more sense if it was both. Anyway, ready to continue? King, that was a question for you. All right.
I'm ready.
All right. So the Straw Hats have arrived at the scene of the crime, found out that the members of the Galley Law who were fakes, and a confrontation breaks out, where we quickly learn that the Straw Hats don't do well against the Six Powers, in which both Luffy and Zoro are having a bit of trouble against both. We also very quickly we learned that Kaku was not lying when he did his initial assessment of the Mary, because Zoro, remembering that he was the one to come and check out the boat, does go, hey, if you guys were faking this whole time, does that mean you were lying about the Mary too? And he's like, no, I took my job seriously as a shipwright. That ship is not fit to sail anymore. So that's bad news.
I double check that. Like, maybe he was just bullshitting us about me.
Yeah.
Maybe if this was cover, he was just fucking with us anyway.
To like fucking with us to get us to do something stupid or some shit. But yeah, no. So unfortunately, that is true. The Mary is definitely at the end of her life. We also find out that Lucci is a devil fruit user, specifically a Zoan devil fruit user. Lucci himself is the user of the Cat Fruit model leopard.
Okay. Have we had another Cat Fruit before now?
This is the first Cat Fruit we've ever had. It's also we also get a very scared, shocked explanation from Chopper that because he's a carnivore devil fruit user, he is actually far more powerful and also than your like a herbivore one, and also a lot more vicious. His devil fruit power specifically allows him to look as such.
Oh, it's this guy. Okay.
It's that guy.
Yeah.
I knew you would recognize him.
This dude is my favorite visual design in the entire franchise.
Oh, it's so like the
That
Zone
I've
devil
seen.
fruits are a lot of fun. When they're like on screen and shit. Yeah. So initially, as one would expect, with a normal finger pistol, that shit doesn't really work on Luffy because he's good against blunt force stuff, and that's essentially blunt force, even if it does pierce through skin, like a gunshot would.
If it's got a claw at the end.
If it's got a claw at the end, that's a different story. Both Luffy and Zoro are pretty quickly defeated by the two and launched out of the building, going essentially towards the same area, but landing in the back streets. Zoro lands in the water, so he's somewhat okay. Luffy, unfortunately, finds himself stuck again. This time a lot more wedged in. So it's a very same situation as when he first attempted to get into Galley Law, where he is just wedged in between two very close to each other buildings. Which for him is essentially fine, because he's made of rubber, so he can fit in there just fine. It's the fact that he's having a lot more trouble wiggling his way out of this one. So those two are kind of out for the moment. Zoro does eventually get back onto land and is going towards it as rain is starting to come down from Aqua Laguna. He slips on a building while running across and ends up stuck in a chimney. Like, he goes face first into a chimney where only his legs and his sword, his scabbards are sticking out. So they're pretty stuck for now. Back at Galila, we find out that there was a firebomb set up by CP9 in order to, you know, erase evidence of the fact that they were there. Which the agents quickly leave behind Iceberg, Polly, Chopper, and Nami. Nami is actually thrown out of the building and lands down with the shipwrights below, kind of as a means to continue the use of the scapegoat of the Straw Hats, because only Polly is really Polly and Iceberg have found out that the Straw Hats really aren't responsible for the attempt on Iceberg's life. So she, of course, you know, would be prosecuted and shit and be able to take the fall for the whole attempted assassination, or in this case, assassination, if Iceberg were to actually die. So that's a thing that's going on. We cut back to the Frankie family, who is looking around for and calling out for Straw Hat, because as it turns out, Frankie found out that Usopp was still by the shore with the Mary, and because they don't know that Usopp's no longer part of the crew, their plan to get Straw Hat into a trap was to kidnap Usopp and hold him as a means of making Straw Hat, you know, come for him, which honestly probably wouldn't have worked due to the fact that he was no longer part of the crew. During the time period, during the actual time that they go kidnap him, they also bring along the ship to a sort of underwater bridge shipbuilding location, or not underwater bridge, an underbridge building location that Frankie calls his secret hideout, essentially. During that time, Usopp has explained that, you know, he's not part of the crew anymore to Frankie. Frankie's heard his sad backstory about how he came with this ship all the way from the East Blue, and, you know, he feels for him. Frankie is starting to become more of a likable guy by this point. He's got his own quirks. He's not truly a bastard that was shown to be at the beginning of the arc, you know, when he beat up Usopp. The two of them are kind of getting along. Usopp is busy trying to fix his ship, and is expressing how once he gets her all fixed, he's gonna set sail again to continue going on some adventures on the Grand Line before he'll eventually head back to the East Blue with her, a triumphant hero to his hometown. And Frankie says, nah, that's not gonna happen. While they were getting it up there, he got a good look at the ship, and he can tell that, you know, the Mary's done. It's the Galilaw's assessment was correct. There's a little bit of angry yelling that breaks out because Usopp is continuing to live in denial about this, to the point where where Frankie was like, hey, if you had been planning to go out to sea with her to essentially go down with the ship, he wasn't gonna stop him. It's like, you know what, that's your choice. But now knowing that he was attempting to sail it all the way back to the East Blue, he can't in good conscience let Usopp leave with the ship. He does attempt to do to immediately dismantle, saying that a ship that can no longer carry its crew is no longer a ship. There's a whole lot of things, a little bit and rips off a piece of the Mary, which after an exchange, Usopp very tearfully starts putting her back together, saying he'll always take care of her. It's a very sad scene. It hurts a lot. But a new argument breaks out to where Frankie is trying to make Usopp understand that this isn't going to happen, that this isn't, the Mary isn't going to be able to carry them anymore. All culminating in him basically chucking him into the water that was holding the ship, so we get to see the damage underneath. The keel is basically already broken. It's being held together as best as it can by sheets of metal, but there's no way it can be fixed. Usopp comes out. He starts to try to repair her again, and Frankie continues to try to reason with him, and Usopp finally admits that he's known the whole time. He's known that the Mary was at the end of her life, and I suppose equating himself to the Mary, he wasn't able to truly face the facts they were going to leave it behind. Because, you know, the Mary was a part of the crew. She's essentially a family member at this point. And he could not face the truth that it was going to be the end. He also explains what he saw the night when the Mary was getting repaired on Sky Island. He saw a small tiny creature, like a tiny person, who with a wooden hammer was just kind of knocking on the side of the boat at that time period, and he says that he heard a voice. The creature seemed to speak to him and say, "Don't worry, I'll carry everybody just for a little while longer." Wow, my eyes. Sorry, this is rough.
It hurts.
Hey, just try watching it. Frankie actually knows. Huh?
Get real sentimental over boats.
Oda's good. There's not many people who can make you cry over a fucking boat. Let me tell you.
Oh, no. Oda's good, but there's a lot of people that can make me cry over a fucking boat.
Oh yeah. I'm just saying, it's like it's still a little bit of a rare commodity, is what I'm saying. But Frankie actually knows what Usopp saw, because, you know, he's in a shipwright town, so they're of course old legends. He says that what he must have seen was a Klabautermon. Now this is a real thing that does exist. I'm not sure how much like ship lore you're aware of.
Not to this extent.
Excuse me, ship lore?
I don't know all.
I know a lot of ship lore. What do you want to know?
Well, it's not what I want to know. I'm just saying that it's the Klabautermon is an actual mythological thing.
Yeah.
Essentially, the Klabautermon is the spirit of a ship that has been well taken care of by its crew. Yeah, the Mary's been beat up. Yeah, the Mary has seen some situations, but the crew has always been kind to her. And in order to essentially be able to sail for a little bit longer, the spirit of the crew manifested itself in a way to repair the ship just long enough to get them to the next island. So yeah. The Mary.
God, I didn't want to watch One Piece, but that's got me real close, man.
This arc is like, no joke. Like when I was saying to Robbie, this is probably the best saga in One Piece. Everything that happens in the Water 7 saga is just so fucking good. Its only blemish is Foxy, and that's just because he kind of just outstays his welcome just a little too long, you know? For an image of what a One Piece Klabautermon looks like, that's what it looks like. It's a little dude in a raincoat that wields a little wooden hammer. Just a little guy. And they only appear on ships that are well taken care of and loved by their crew. It's all very sad and it all hurts a lot.
That's
This does.
fucking painful, dude.
It gets worse.
Oh,
But we'll get to
no!
that. We'll get to that later. Because there's a knock at the door. There shouldn't be a knock at the door if Zombie and the rest of them had found Luffy. Why would they be bothering knocking at the door? Why would they come through the front entrance instead of just using the back entrance that's much easier to get to? No, turns out, hey, Sippy Nine's here. So they bust in, they beat up Kiwi and Mozu, and quickly subdue Usopp and Frankie. Explaining the reason why they're there, they start looking for the blueprints while Frankie is doing his best to fight back. Initially, Bluno does attack Frankie. Huh?
I lost track of who's the devil fruit user.
Lucci. And Bluno.
Okay.
So dude,
Bluno's the leopard?
No, Lucci is the leopard. Bluno is the guy,
Okay.
is the barkeep.
Okay.
Yeah. So Lucci has the leopard fruit. Bluno's got the door fruit.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, so Bluno does initially attempt to subdue Frankie, but they quickly find out that his cyborg body kind of beats out their six powers techniques a good bit, to the point where Frankie actually grabs Bluno by his face and is able to not only lift him off of the ground with just that one hand, but essentially freaks out Bluno to the point where he almost attempts to kill Frankie, but is stopped by Lucci because, hey, they kind of need him alive right now. So that's a whole exchange. And, man, I wish Tamer was here for this. Backstory time. So it turns out the place that they're at is actually the old location for Tom's workers. So we're gonna get Frankie's backstory. We get our reveal of exactly who Tom is. Let me get you a nice little picture of him. That works better. The image that I was about to have has a little bit of a spoiler. Wait, no, you... I told you guys that... Was that part of the thing? No, I'm not gonna reveal it just in case. I don't remember if I did or not. I gotta remember what I gotta hold back on. Anyway, that's Tom. He's a fish man.
He's a fish man.
Yeah. Specifically, he is a what kind of fish man was he? He is a longhorned cowfish fishman.
Oh, can you pull up it? Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Because most people, anybody watching this, the average person's not gonna know what a longhorn cowfish is. Can you just?
Are you fucking kidding me? Is that an actual fish?
No. Yes.
Yeah.
Are you? I thought it was just a fucking made up fish for One Piece. Okay.
No, it's a
hold
real
on.
fish.
It's a real fish.
I love
Oh my
the
fucking
reaction
god, it's
here.
real.
Yeah, put it on the screen for the stream.
I hold on. I need to get over the fact that this is a real thing first.
Yeah, it is.
I just thought it was a made up type of fish.
It looks made up when you look at
I
the
mean, it
actual.
definitely looks made up.
I'm just waiting for. Yeah, that's what they look like.
I can't believe this is real.
That's
This is gonna
wild.
blow Tamer's mind because both of us thought that this was fake. This was just a fake fish
It's so
made up by Oda.
rectangular.
It's very rectangular. I think it's like it looks like it's a kind of puffer fish.
What about
Species of box
relatives.
fish. Never mind.
Well, boxfish and pufferfish are very similar.
Yeah. So it probably can like slightly inflate itself. I'm fucking floored. All right. Well, thanks. That's an existential crisis I didn't need today.
God, now you have it.
But yeah, so we cut back in time where we see Frankie is arguing with Iceberg, little babies. They're little baby people from back in the day, because Frankie has a habit of building what he calls his Battle Frankie ships, which are very small, sort of like more speedboat size ships that tote very powerful weapons. One of which he's planning on trying to build one that can take down a Sea King. And Iceberg, being the very cautious person that he is, constantly tells him that he's just really dumb for making all these weapons, because, you know, who knows what somebody could do if they got their hands on them, that kind of situation. We get to see Tom finishing making a ship by lifting up this massive galleon, tossing it out into the air, picking up 3 masts, chucking them into the ship, where they land perfectly, and the ship lands in the ocean. And guess what? It's been out to sea, or whatever the ceremony is. I don't know what it's called. But yeah, he's fucking strong.
Launching.
Say again?
It's launching a ship. Is
Launching, yes. Yeah, another launching ceremony. He completed another launching ceremony. So everything's pretty good. He's yeah, you know, he's been building more ships ever since the day when he built the Pirate King ship, which Frankie is really inspired by. He loves the fact that he made a ship that was able to sail the entire Grand Line, and he actually expresses that his dream is to one day make a ship that can do the same thing. That's it. That's Frankie's dream, is to make a ship that will sail the entire Grand Line. But in order to one up Tom, not only does he want to make that ship, he says that once he builds that ship, he is going to join the crew as its shipwright, so he can sail the world with the ship that he built.
That is beautiful.
It's a very beautiful dream that Tom is very happy to hear about. One of his major catchphrase is, "If you're gonna do anything, do it with gusto." He's a very boisterous kind of guy. It's really good. Now, as we stated, in the past, he was put on trial. This is that past. A ship arrives at Water 7, which Water 7 right now, at this time period, not doing good. They don't really have a means of properly getting trade to come to the island. A lot of the other islands aren't really thinking about coming to him. Tom says to Frankie that he's actually trying to work on something that can bring hope to the island. And he's working on some blueprints for something during the night. But one day, a judicial ship shows up on Water 7 with, of course, the intent of putting Tom on trial, where they admit that, yes, normally building a ship for anybody isn't a big deal, but we got to make an example for the King of the Pirates, blah, 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 blah. We already covered that. Tom, because he's a big guy, a big, powerful guy, when they're trying to take him away, doesn't exactly cooperate. And I don't mean like he fights back. He just kind of stays there as the Marines are fruitlessly trying to get him to move, as he continues talking to the judge. He says, basically says, "Hey, I get this, I understand, but I would like to ask that you don't take me in yet, because I need to finish something." He has been working on blueprints for the sea train.
Oh.
Huh? He explains that he's attempting to make this for hope for the island, to be able to create a very easy way to get across the ocean, so they can get trade with the nearby islands of Pucci and oh god, I can't remember the other name of the one. It's the gourmet island, the trade island, and them. So essentially, it would be a track that runs through there. Some people say, well, that's insane. You can't just lay track on top of the ocean. It would just get destroyed. And explains how it would act more as a guide, because this is more of a paddle ship, and it would just use the tracks that are just loosely kind of connected under the ocean to keep them on track. in order to keep the sea kings and other fish from getting too close, it would output a specific vibration within the track to essentially dissuade any kind of creatures from coming too close to it. And as part of the essentially agreement of this probation, because he says it's going to take about 10 years in order to complete. Whoa. Or was it 10 or how long was it? Oh crap, hold on. Yeah, given 10 years. There we go. I was right. Yay! I'm a nerd. Anyway, he says it's going to take him 10 years in order to complete and build the sea train. The judge asks, could it also run to the government island of Ennie's Lobby? And Tom says, yeah, no doubt. So the judge essentially puts him on probation and says, yes, build the sea train. If you get it done within 10 years, we will pardon you for building the ship for the King of the Pirates. So, yay. Tom seems to be off. Everything's fine, right? Yeah, he's there in the future.
No, I wish. So badly. It's such a cool thing. I'm going to take... Before you continue, I'm going to take a guess at what happens.
Okay.
He successfully gets it. He successfully gets it to connect the 3 islands he originally planned for, but does not manage to get the last couple lines of track to the government island before the time runs out. That's my guess,
no!
and I'm sticking with it.
Well, we're
Okay.
immediately going to dissuade that because he does, in fact, complete the sea train, gets it to go to all the islands that he wants to, including Ennie's Lobby. There is no doubt in anyone's mind on Water 7, which is now doing much better thanks to the fact that they are able to easily get across the ocean and create open trade. Even if the other islands are being a little bit shitty about the way that they give shit, the island is doing much better than it had been in the 10 years ago. It almost seems like there is no doubt that he is going to be let off. Now, during this time period, initially Frankie does not want anything to do with the sea train because he's pissed off that the government would put him on trial for just building a boat. So he essentially, he initially stays out of it, continues just building his battle Frankies. He doesn't care. But as time goes on, he starts to see how much fun they're having, and his own shipwright building nature takes over, and he joins in and helps out. Oh, by the way, Kokoro is there too. So she's much younger and not drinking yet. But yeah. So they 10 years later, train is completed. Everything seems to be going good. We have a bit of a situation though, in which a different government agent is deciding to make a visit to Tom. Now, it doesn't seem that he has any idea about the agreement that was made with the judicial ship. I'm trying to see if I can get a good image of him. There we go. So this is Spondum. You can just tell by the way he looks that he's a scumbag. He is actually currently a member of, I believe it was Cypher Pool number 6. There's merchandise for him? Ew. We want merchandise of Spondum.
Probably one of those things where he said he was part of it, so the only people buying it or finishing the set.
Yeah, maybe. He's actually currently the leader of Cyberpol number 5 at the moment. He goes to the Five Elder Stars, which is the leaders of the world government I introduced last time, basically saying that, hey, I've done a bunch of research, and as it turns out, there's more than likely blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton, somewhere on Water 7, and I think I've narrowed down exactly where it is. With your permission, I would like to go and acquire these so we can keep them for the government. Of course, that's his outward statement, but he's really a scumbag who's trying to vie for his own power and wants to use Pluton for such. The Elder Stars approve him going to take on this mission to try and get the blueprints. So of course he's gone to Tom, because that's where the sources have pointed that he is. When he approaches Tom, he confronts him by himself. It's just him. We also see that Spondum is very accident prone. One being where Frankie is actually working on testing one of his battle Frankies, and a stray shot is fired towards the group of him and his little fucking fuckboys over there. They go, hey boss, and he tells them to shut up. So instead of continuing to try to move him out of the way or whatever, they just move, and he gets blown up. Later on, he gets a paint bucket dropped on his head, and then he slips on the paint and falls into the ocean. Into the canal. It's a whole thing. He's very clumsy.
Good.
Yes.
Good.
He is a very clumsy
Feels like he
motherfucker.
deserves these things.
Oh yes, he absolutely does.
Karma.
So he confronts Tom on his own, trying to get him to reveal the blueprints, but Tom continues to deny it. And then he brings up, well, oh yeah? Well, what if I go to the government with the fact that you're the one who built Roger's ship? Huh? What about that? To which Tom laughs his ass off at him and says, they already know, dumbass. And says that it's not really much of a problem. Spondum's confused, asks why, but Tom kicks him out saying, well, go figure it out for yourself. And he does eventually learn about the fact that he is essentially going to get a pardon for building the sea train from a nearby diner owner, which pisses him off because he's a filthy criminal. How dare he think that he can get off for building a ship like that so easily? So he hatches a plan to make things bad. He calls up to his portion to CP5, tells them that he needs about 6 more agents, and they start working on a plan as the judicial ship is on its way, because it's set to actually arrive today. While the judicial ship is there, we get a nice little talk on the ship that they're definitely going to be letting Tom off for making the ship, because he came through on his word. He built the sea train, he set it up for all of the islands that it was requested for. He did what he said he was going to do. Suddenly there's cannon fire and an attack on the judicial ship. Out in the ocean, coming in from the backside, there are a large amount of ships that to some of the people of Water 7 are very familiar. They're Frankie's ships, the ones that he's been building and just kind of leaving strewn about Scrap Heap Island the entire time. When we get on there, we get to see that some covert agents from the CP5 have taken the ships and are using them to attack the judicial ship. Frankie is out at the time, wearing pants for once, because Kokoro threw them at him. He was out to go buy some food for a celebration dinner after Tom, was pardoned, gets his pardon. So he gets to witness his own ships being used to attack the judicial ship. Now, and the island a little bit. Now, thankfully, not... There's no reported deaths. There's definitely some injuries. The judge who was on the ship does survive, no problem, as he has gotten off the ship very easily. After the judicial ship is sunk, the ships curve off and head back towards Scrapheap Island, where everybody gets to see Tom and Iceberg, they had gone out to try to find out what the hell was going on the ships. Not only that, but the ships had also been used to attack Tom for a second, where one of the spears that Frankie had designed, which is like sort of like a gouging spear. Essentially, it's got multiple prongs on it to make it very hard to pull out. Has been lodged inside of Tom, and Frankie's fucking devastated because his own creations had been used not only to attack like a group of innocent people, but people he cares about. And Iceberg has rightly become very pissed at him, yelling at him and telling him that, you know, this is his fault for making these and leaving them out for people to be able to easily take, because these are weapons. They're able to take down Sea Kings. Eventually they do get captured. Spondum is pretending like he doesn't know anything about what's going on, even more so when Frankie calls him out saying that it had to be him. And during that time period, Frankie says something that causes Tom to punch him in the face for once, which is very rare, as noted by Iceberg, that he has never hit Frankie for anything that he's ever done. He said Frankie claims that the ships that were used to hurt people are not his ships. He does not lay claim to them anymore. They are not his. And Tom very rightly says that no matter what type of ship it is, no matter what it is used for, a ship must be loved by their creator. No matter what. Because it's just a ship at the end of the day. So Tom is on trial for now not just the building of the Oro Jackson, which is the name of Roger's ship, but also for being claimed as the head of the attack on the judicial ship. He does cause a bit of a scene where he decides to basically just attack Spawn and, you know, decks the guy in the face. But by the end of it, they were using tranq shots, and eventually, while it took a lot longer than it would a normal person, it does eventually take him down. He is loaded onto the sea train, which I realize now I don't think I've said the name of. The Puffing Tom.
Nope, you just said sea train.
Yeah. The name of the sea train is the Puffing Tom. He is loaded onto the Puffing Tom along with the rest of the government agents, and they essentially they take him off to Ennie's lobby and ultimately impel down, which is an underwater sea prison that is run by the world government. It's also noted to be a place where if you're taken to, you are never seen again. You don't get out of impel down. But yeah, so as they're being taken, because during the scuffle, Frankie does also get a hit on Spondum using a gun as sort of like a club, which essentially has broken his nose and a good amount of his teeth. Frankie has taken one of his ships to try to get ahead of the Puffing Tom, and he gets on the railway. Yokozuna is there with him, by the way, and he basically has a nice little rocket, like a bazooka, where he's trying to stop the Puffing Tom from taking Tom, yelling about where are you taking your creator and all that kind of stuff. And because it's currently a government-led run train ride, Spondum, who is still conscious, orders them to not slow down and basically run Cuddy Flam over. So Frankie is hit full on by a fucking train. Obviously, he does survive, barely. We get to learn that basically while he was floating in the ocean, essentially dying, he floats by a few wrecked battleships that were still afloat, and pulls himself on there, where essentially he performed self-surgery on himself to replace his body parts with iron in order to fucking survive, which is why he looks the way he does now. Because younger Frankie looked a little different. Let me get you Babu, Frankie, really quick. Come on, where's baby Frankie? It's a very angry looking Frankie, but it'll do. There you go. Yeah, a lot different from, how he looks now, huh?
Very different.
So yeah, it takes him a good while. He eventually returns to Water 7, where he runs across Iceberg, and we did get to see essentially the handoff of the blueprints to Iceberg and Frankie not long after Spondum had initially come to try and get the blueprints. Tom basically going, so since they know about this now, I need to pass these off to you so that way they can still remain safe. Especially since there's a girl by the name of Nico Robin who can read poneglyphs and possibly revive the weapons running around somewhere in the world. Because for all they knew, her goal was to revive the ancient weapons and get revenge for Ohara. So yeah, that's the backstory. It hurts. It hurts a lot. Like this entire fucking arc.
That's pain. It's a lot of pain. I don't
lot
like
of pain. It's a lot of pain. It's still not done. Oh, all right. So the CP9 agent's still trying to.
How many arcs are in the Water 7 saga? Or is it literally
4?
the one and then? Okay, because I know you said this is the arc of Water 7, so I was like, does it just literally go this? Something else?
This is the arc while they're on Water 7, and we'll get to that in a moment. So CP9 is not able to find the blueprints while they're wrecking the old Tom Worker's site. So because of that, they decide that they're going to take Frankie and bring him back to Ennie's lobby so they can, question him and try to figure out where the fucking blueprints are. Because they need to get out of here because Aqua Laguna is coming. Initially, they were going to leave Usopp there and not really care until he started yelling about the fact that, he was still a pirate and all that kind of shit, so they're going to take him too. Kaku also notices, hey, the Mary's here. I thought we told you to dismantle this. So he goes over, pulls the lever that opens the gate that stops the water from flowing out of the bridge workshop, the underbridge workshop, and essentially casts the Mary out to sea. So that's fun. Bye, Mary. Yeah. So the Mary's gone for now, and I am going to stress the word for now. We cut back to the fire where the Gallilaw company is doing their best to try to get the fire of for the Gallilaw mansion office to back under control so they can try to get as many people out as they possibly can. At that moment, there is a crash, and out the window comes Chopper with a blade strapped to his back, which is one of Zoro's swords that was unfortunately left behind when he got launched, and holding on to Polly and Iceberg. So they have successfully gotten out. Polly and Iceberg are definitely not looking very good. Chopper's not looking any better, considering he literally collapses not long after. The last thing he sees before passing out for a good bit is that Nami is hurt and expresses the need to try to treat her before he passes out. Eventually, Iceberg, Polly, and Nami come back to consciousness. Polly says that it's not the Straw Hats, it was somebody else, and to not worry about Kaku and Lucci, who are still presumably inside the building because Tilestone and Lulu had been pulled out already. They had already left. They've gone home, is the way he explains it. So they don't have to worry about him. Iceberg wants to talk to Nami for a second by himself, or by themselves. And he explains what Robin told him before CP9, came in to do their interrogation. She said, as I stated before, she said that she is helping out CP9 specifically to get a wish, to fulfill a wish of hers. And as it turns out, that wish was that, excluding herself, the Straw Hats would be allowed to leave Water 7 without being captured or harmed. Because as it turns out, CP9 had been given permission to enact what is known as a buster call if they were not able to get what they were after, or if Robin resisted. And a buster call is not something that you want to be on the receiving end of. It is a 10 battleship attack led by 5 vice admirals, and essentially it is an all-out attack with no mercy. It is meant to burn down islands. So knowing that was being aimed at people that she had come to care about, people that she saw as friends for the first time in the 20 years that she had been running for her life, essentially, she couldn't run away in this situation. And she made a deal that as long as they got to get away, and Robin was, of course, left to the government, then she would happily go along with their plans for them to get whatever the hell they were trying to get. So yeah, turns out Robin did not betray the crew. She was trying to save the crew. When Robin hears that, she's fucking relieved. She's really happy to hear that it turns out that Robin wasn't actually betraying them. It was all just for them. And now, because they know that, there is nothing in the world that's going to stop them from trying to get her back. So that's the new goal, is to get Robin back after they find everybody else. She goes over, she wakes up Chopper by basically just bashing him on the head, like with a little chop, until he wakes up. Explains the situation. He gets pissed and says that we're gonna save Robin, and they all head out to try to find Luffy and Zoro, who once again are kind of stuck in situations. It does take a bit, and while Chopper is leading the charge to try and find Luffy and Zoro, Polly has gone with Nami to essentially lead her to the train station, because the only way that you're going to be able to leave the island with Aqua Laguna going is, or even just starting up, is to take the sea train. It's the only thing that could possibly get out as long as you leave early enough. So they've just got to beat the scheduled leave of the government ship. They do ask why, hey, Iceberg, couldn't you just tell them to stop? And it's like, no, this one's specifically a government-led one, so he has no control over whether they can leave or not. So it's a race to not only find the rest, but also try to stop Robin from even leaving Water 7 in the first place. We cut over to the ship, or to the train station, where everybody's starting to get loaded on. And we also find out that Sanji's there. he'd actually been able to track down Robin just well enough to make it to the train station in time, which is a very good thing considering the weather has made it has determined that they're gonna have to leave early, because the winds are getting too bad, the storm's getting bad, the waves are getting pretty big, so they gotta bolt or they're not gonna make it out at all. So he leaves behind a message and gets on the ship. Frankie and Usopp are there as well because they've been dragged on by CP9, and of course Robin was already on the ship. Nami and Polly arrive at the station just in time for the ship for the train to leave. Not enough to actually catch it. There's a bit of a weird little just fun like side gag where there are two train station conductors who think that Polly's in a relationship with Nami, but also there's like another situation where they think there's multiple people who are involved, and it's like the fucking love triangle thing. It's just for a bit. It's just a bit. Initially, it does seem like Nami is broken down by the fact that they got away, but she eventually reveals that she's fucking pissed and they need to go after him. So demands Polly like give her a ship so they can sail out to sea to go after them to go to Eni's lobby. So yeah, Robin is unfortunately out of arm's reach at the moment. The goal now is to find Zoro and Luffy so they can essentially get out there and and go after Robin. Though we do get a nice visual of just how powerful Aqua Laguna is, as there is a massive wave that is on its way into the actual station, which thankfully they are able to get away in time, but the station area that they were in has been pretty well destroyed by the power of the wave, which Polly, a guy who lives here, says that he's never seen Aqua Laguna do that before. Something about this storm is different. It's far more powerful than it had been in the past. So that's fun. Now, so eventually they do find out where Luffy and Zoro are, thanks to Chimney, who is out on a walk with Kokoro. Actually spotting them. She spots Luffy wedged in between two buildings, way off in the back streets, which is bad because, that's where the place that gets flooded. And Chopper notices what he thinks initially is some kind of algae sticking out of a chimney, and then realizes that it's Zoro's, bottom half. So he charges out there. Nami charges out there, both of them being yelled at that they gotta come back because there's a thing that's happening. So how you can tell when a tsunami is coming or a really big wave is coming? You know how to tell?
Water recede.
The water has receded so far into the horizon that you can't see the ocean anymore.
Oh no!
There is a massive fucking wave coming.
Can I just watch Water 7 and say I've watched One Piece? Is that okay?
No,
Because I think
you have to watch all of it.
I think you sold me on Water 7.
You have to watch all of it if you commit to watching now. If we end here now, we are watching all of it from Water 7.
No. No.
Come on, you'll love it.
Just episode a night for 3 years of my life.
Episode? Come on, we gotta do at least 3.
A night? No.
But yeah, a mass.
That's how my brain has been processing how long this fucking show is. If I were to watch one episode a night, it would take 3 years for me to be caught up with where it is now.
I mean, if it was one episode a night, yeah. If you did like what me and Tamer were doing, where we watched maybe like 5 to 6 a night, you'd be caught up pretty quick. Because like I said, we not only have finished rewatching the Water 7 saga, we have passed into the next arc and past that. If it wasn't for the fact that we were watching Hunter x Hunter right now, we would be into almost the midway point of the series by now. And that's no joke. But then again, both of us are binge watchers and we're allowed to be up late, unlike you guys, who have normal job times.
Look, if I worked from home...
Uh-huh. No, I get it. I fully understand. But hey, that's why we're doing this. Now, that's not to say that after this you can't go back and just watch a bit of Water 7, but I don't want that to be the only part that you consume, because the entirety of the saga is good.
I meant the entire saga. I didn't mean just the arc of Water 7. I meant the saga of Water 7.
Yeah.
I might consider that.
Yeah, I would fully recommend it. It's some of the best that One Piece has to offer. It's also where the animation started to catch up a little bit more with the times, but as well, because there's a very significant art style change that happens in the anime around this point as well.
We're getting annihilated in this. Okay, do you know how it's bad in a game of in Alterac Valley? Do you know how it's it's bad?
Yeah.
When the Horde takes stables, you know it's bad.
Yeah. When the Horde takes everything, then you know you're fucked. But yeah,
like stables is supposed to give me spot to the Alliance, just like
yeah. Oh,
farm is
speaking
Horde.
of WoW, really quick. Hey Ben.
Yeah.
If you are gonna start playing again, make sure that you're playing on Gurabashi.
Gurabashi, okay.
Yeah, make sure you're on that realm.
I'm on Dagger Spine right now.
This is why I brought it up.
Okay, so what letter does it? I did use your link. I did use it. What letter does it start with?
Guru.
Hold up.
Also, send me your BattleNet name so I can send you a friend request.
Gurabashi. Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that we didn't have another Tamer situation where you have to start all the way over.
Man, I have to make a bunch of new characters again. Fuck. Wait, can I transfer a character?
You can, but it's $35 a character.
25. 10's a name.
Yeah. Name change is 25 or 10, one of the two. But yeah, so big ass wave coming. Nami and Chopper have gone down to get Luffy and Zoro. Everybody else is freaking out about the fact that they went down there and being told by Polly not to go after him because you'll just end up dead too. Chopper is able to make it over to Zoro, who figures out that he's actually got one of his swords, which Chopper is actually surprised by, but it turns out that it's the Sandai Katetsu that he has, which he goes, well, I can tell with that one at least because it's cursed. So he can feel the sword. Nami has made it over to Luffy, who is still wedged in between two buildings, yelling at him for being an idiot and wasting time on something stupid like this, and yells out, that Robin is sacrificing herself for them and they need to go and try and save her, which motivates Luffy not only to get out, but to essentially break the two buildings that he is stuck between. So he's basically demolished a small part of the back streets and getting out. It's a hell of a scene, and it is a scene that I definitely want to show you later on, or even just experience with you if you want to just watch that arc. That's fine with me. But yeah, so Luffy and Zoro are now both free because Zoro uses his flying blade technique to essentially cut himself out, and they all start bolting for the upper part of Water 7 because a massive fuck off tidal wave is coming, which you can see now and it's taller than most of the buildings in the back streets. They do eventually make it to higher ground just before the initial wave hits. Unfortunately, it does seem like they weren't high enough because more water rushes up onto the bridge that they landed on. Thankfully, Polly is there too and uses his ropes to catch them all and keep them from being washed out to sea, pulling them back. As a bit of levity during this time, we also get a nice little fun situation of the fact that Chopper has not only passed out, but he has passed out with a death grip on Zoro's face. So it's a very, very short situation of Zoro almost suffocating to death because he can't get Chopper off of his face. And then we also get a nice little exchange where Chopper makes fun of him for getting stuck in a chimney, and we get a Homer strangles Bart sort of situation. You know, the comedic, little shake, fuck off. That is when we get a call because Sanji's note not only told them that he was getting on the ship, onto the train, but he was also he also left behind a mini transponder snail for them to communicate, which once he's assuming that there's definitely got to be some transponder snails on the ship, and once he finds one, he will communicate to them. During the time period of that, we do cut during everything that's happened there, we do of course check in with Sanji, who has gotten his way onto the ship, or onto the, I keep calling it a ship, I know it's a sea train, but it is technically a ship. I'm just gonna keep saying ship. Is that okay?
Can you just call it train instead of ship?
I'm trying. My brain keeps just going to ship. He's on the train. I will try my best to continue fighting and saying ship. I don't make any promises though. But yeah, he's gotten onto the train. He is initially just like, he's on the caboose. He's trying to figure out how exactly he's going to infiltrate, when one of the government workers, because the train is full of not just CP9, but there are 2 full boxcars full of Marines, plus a Marine captain, a bunch of government agents, and there are 2 CP or Cypherpol, main Cypherpol agents that are also part of the ship's guard. So there's a lot of military presence on the train. One of them opens it up just to check out the rain. He's like, holy shit, Rock Laguna is no joke this year. Then he spots Sanji and gets kicked in the face onto the train car. There's an exchange with like one guy who seems like he's a dude that's going to be a problem, but he's really not. Hold on. Let's see here. Because we've essentially entered what's basically a sort of mini arc inside of Water 7, which is the train, which is just like a train infiltration thing. Took me a second. But yeah, so Sanji's able to take out not only that car, but the next car he's able to take out, which turns out to be the same car where they're keeping Usopp and Frankie. And the transponder snail. It's actually the communication car. After clearing out the guys in there, initially he sees Usopp and goes, huh, who are you? Because, he's not part of the crew anymore. Which Usopp says, come on, don't be like that. And also Frankie's there, which Sanji, upon hearing who he is, immediately kicks him in the face and says, that's for what you fucking did to Usopp, you bastard. So they're all very fickle about the whole situation.
It feels like a completely reasonable reaction.
But Usopp
Also,
does
I
say,
just ate steak and I'm very content. I had steak, potatoes, and broccoli. Like baked red potatoes. Ugh, it was great.
Steam
And after this is up, we're talking. We're talking menu.
So when I'm done explaining like this initial part, I think we are going to end because we're at the 4-hour mark, and
Are we?
we haven't even gotten into the next arc yet.
Shit. Is that because we're all slow, or because this is just really long?
I mean, partially the breaks that we've been taking definitely didn't help. But even if you hadn't disappeared for 15 minutes and then not long after that, King wanted to go to the bathroom and get a drink for about 10, we still wouldn't be that much farther along.
Okay, so it is.
It's just
a
long.
thing.
Yeah, initially I was expecting this to probably be a two-parter because a lot happens during this. We've got a whole nother arc, which also contains another backstory. There's a lot to do. But yeah, so Sanji contacts everybody and says, "Hey, you know, I'm on the ship," and brain is breaking. It's a brief conversation for the moment because they got to get somewhere else, so it's just a confirmation that he's on the ship. Back with Luffy and the crew, they are demanding a ship from the Galila people, to the point where it seems like his anger is also making the ocean just as angry because he gets like pissed off while demanding a ship and a wave hits at the same time. So it's all thematic. Polly is not willing to let them go because Aqua Laguna not only is almost impossible to sail through on a normal basis, with it as being as powerful as it is this time, it's basically a death sentence to go out to sea on a normal ship. The only thing that could possibly get through this is a sea train, and there's only one. Or is there? As it turns
Da-da-da.
As it turns out,
I don't
puffing. Go ahead.
God quite as. I don't think I've ever seen a machine from God quite as definitionally as this, or quite as literally as this.
No, this actually makes sense, and we did see it in the backstory. I didn't bring it up because, well, you know, I mean, prototypes happen, and as it turns out, this is the prototype that came before the Puffing Tom that Kokoro has stashed away somewhere, because they kind of locked it up. It's not really well known because, well, it's very much a runaway train in the most literal sense. Once this train starts going, the brakes don't work.
Are you serious?
It only stops when it runs into something. It is, in fact, a runaway train. I'm trying to get a good image of it that doesn't show everything, but yeah, that's fine. It works, I guess. But the Rocket Man. And yes, it does actually have a face drawn on it.
That's so good. I love that. That's so good.
That's incredible.
So Kokoro says that she'll take them to Eni's lobby on her sea train. And the reason why they're so adamant to go is because going to Eni's lobby is not something that you come back from. Nami notes that at Eni's lobby, there is a very specific thing there, which are known as the Gates of Justice. The Gates of Justice are a pair of gates that are located in 3 different locations. These 3 islands that are connected by a current that the world government has found a way to harness for themselves, that acts a lot like the Calm Belt in the fact that they're essentially it's a current that only moves in a circle between 3 separate islands, and it's infested with sea kings. Getting on there, it's not going to be a good time. And if you take someone beyond the Gates of Justice, they are gone. The only destinations that they can go to from Eni's lobby are Impel Down, the underwater prison, and Marine headquarters, and that's it. So they need to rescue Robin before she is taken beyond that point. And waiting until the storm passes is not an option. So of course, Kokoro sees how crazy these guys are and decides to offer up Rocket Man. We head down to where Rocket Man is. Luffy's a little ahead of the game trying to go up there, but Kokoro is saying, well, it doesn't matter if you go that fast. I've got the key, but the door's open. Wonder why the door's open. Oh, hey, it's Iceberg. He's over there doing maintenance on the sea train because, you know, it hasn't been used in a while. He's giving it some fresh coal, some fresh water for the steam. It basically, he knew that the train was going to be used to go after Robin. While they're getting set up, the Frankie family shows up at the basically the underground location that Rocket Man is being kept. Almost there. They have asked no, I take that back. They beg for the Straw Hats to let them go with them because they need to rescue Frankie. And while it initially seems like Luffy isn't going to approve of that, he does say, yeah, come on, get on the ship. To which they say, it's not necessary we get directly on the Puffing Tom. We'll meet you out at sea. Which confuses everybody, but it doesn't matter. Everybody else who's going piles into the Rocket Man, which is Kokoro and the Straw Hats, with a couple of tagalongs that were hidden away in the coal section. We will find out here in a little bit that the remaining foremen of the Galley Law Company have snuck their way on to go and basically help the Straw Hats with their attempted attack on Eni's lobby. Rocket Man is blasted out of the tunnels out into the ocean. We quickly followed up by the Frankie family launching out from wherever the hell they were with a very funny ass looking ship being carried by two king bulls, which are the Yagatas, but much bigger. Let's see if I can get a thing of that. It's kind of there. You can sort of see it. I can't really get a good picture of it right now, unfortunately. But see, that's the ship right there. That thing. And it essentially has a connection cannon that they use. They fire into the back of the passenger car, nearly killing people that are in there for the joke. And the crew is all together, ready to go. Things seem like they're going good. The only thing is they gotta hit the rails. Once they hit the railway, it's truly a runaway train. As soon as it hits the rails, its speed is going to max out immediately. So there's a good chance that it could catch up to the Puffing Tom pretty fast. There is a couple of attempts. Kokoro, she's good at what she does even if she's drunk, but it does take her a few attempts to hit the railway thanks to Aqua Laguna really shaking up the sea. And as she's about to connect, we find out that Chimney and her pet rabbit have also stowed away and are currently almost being blown away by the fact that they are, outside of the train at the moment. Luffy is also on the front because he likes to sit on top of things. So Kokoro initially freaks out, saying, "No, what are you doing here? I left you with Iceberg." But of course, that apparently didn't pan out. She goes, don't worry, I'll slow down. And she pulls on the brakes. Nothing happens. And remembers that, oh yeah, this thing can't fucking stop. So, of course, that's about the time that it hits the fucking railway and Rocket Man's speed kicks into overdrive. So they are nearly blown away. Thankfully, they're able to stay on. Nobody gets blasted off into space. We're all good. Now, there is another problem that is in the way. Aqua Laguna is sending another wave their way. And, the Puffing Tom, the Rocket Man's not bad, but getting past the tidal wave isn't exactly easy. So while the shipwrights and Frankie family and the Straw Hats are talking, the remaining members are up on top trying to essentially break up the wave by attacking it. So like cannons, they're firing cannons at it, shooting guns at it. Essentially, they're trying to break up the water enough to be able to get past, which I guess kind of logically makes sense a little bit. I don't know. Is that even something the waves can do physically? I don't know. It's an anime. Who cares? Unfortunately, what they're doing isn't really amounting to much until Luffy and Zoro get up on top of the train and go to the front, where they do one of the most insane things that could ever possibly happen in a show like this up to this point. And I say up to this point because it definitely gets fucking overdone multiple times. Essentially, they do a combination attack, which is able to blast enough air pressure towards the wave that it creates a water tunnel just long enough for Rocket Man to get through because of the speed that it has, which is known as the Gum Gum 300 caliber cannon. Initially, it was going to be, whatever Zoro's ability times 2, but 208 was a little too long, so they just rounded it up to 300. Which is fun because it starts a lovely tradition of your normal people getting to see just how fucking insanely strong the Straw Hats can be at times, because it blows away everybody on the ship that they were able to fucking just create that tunnel. And it's such a fun moment. And it's not even the last one that we're gonna get. Meanwhile, back on the Puffing Tom, Sanji has been made aware of the situation with Robin, and while Zoro initially, because there was a call that was happening below before they did the thing with the wave, while Zoro initially said, hey, you can't fucking go after them. CP9 is way too strong. If you go in there, you're definitely going to die. And Luffy's like, don't worry about it. Sanji, just do what you want. Because his reasoning is that if you were on that train, if you had been told exactly what Robin was doing for us, would you be able to keep yourself from trying to go after and save her right away? And Zoro can't argue. Like, that he would do the same thing. So the plan right now is for Sanji, Usopp, and Frankie to try and save Robin. Or Usopp would take part if it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't part of the crew anymore. He says, it's not his business anymore. Yeah, they may have been friends no matter what Frankie says, but it's not his bag, so he's not going to take on the whole world government with them. So he leaves and walks away.
I don't like this.
Well, it's not for very long, because it turns out there was some masquerade gear that was in one of the cars. So he comes back under a disguise, a very poor disguise.
No, we don't know it's him.
No, I'm not playing that game. Yeah, so he comes back. It's immediately pointed out. There's no point in trying to fucking play that out. Come on.
It's not him, though.
Oh, come on. Really, Wiki? Why do you suck?
Because it's not him.
And you know what? You're right. all right, well, we're gonna play this up. A mysterious figure shows up after a marine finds them on top of the ship because they on top of the train car because that's where they found themselves. It's Sniper King, King of the Snipers.
Oh my god, it's him!
It's him.
Bamboozling.
He's bamboozling.
It's
Essentially,
a picture of a canoe.
It's
a
Boat
picture of-
King, king of the boats.
he's Boat King. So yeah.
Oh, king.
So Usopp not able to face up to the fact that he's trying to keep his pride intact and not for leaving the crew and all that shit, isn't willing to do it with his own face, even though look, the only people that fall for it are Luffy and Chopper.
Of
I
course.
love that Luffy falls for it. It makes me so happy that Luffy falls for this.
They never.
I know Luffy's dumb, but like,
It's the fact that he's childish dumb. That's really what it is. That's the big reason why he and Chopper fall for this. And they never find out that Usopp is actually Sniper King, by the way.
You're kidding.
Nope.
So they just go
Have
the
any- have
entire time being like, yep.
have any of the One
That's
Piece
it.
video games? King is an old skin.
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding?
Good, good.
Yeah, both of the pirate. I'm pretty sure like almost every single one of the Pirate Warriors games that have come out have used the Sniper King outfit for sure.
It's because it's so cool.
I'm about to do something that may get me copywritten when I move this over to YouTube, but I don't care. All right, I would like everybody to direct their attention to the change in screen capture for a good moment as we enjoy one of the most amazing things that has ever been done in anime media. Please confirm you can see it.
Watching.
That's it.
I can't. Hold up.
Well, fuck off, Ben. You know what this is.
Your friend told me everything. I understand that you're here to rescue a certain mademoiselle. That alone is reason enough for me to join your cause. My weapons are at your disposal. My name is Sniper King.
Wind carries my name from Sniper
Oh,
Island
God.
far away. When I
Oh
take
my
aim
God.
straight out,
Oh my god.
ooh la la ooh. Whether you're a
I
man or
wrote
not,
this song.
I will put your heart in my sights. No one knows what secrets hide behind this mask and blockade.
No, definitely not Usopp. I can't hear you over the song, Ben. You're gonna have to hold it.
Sniper King is
Ah, it's so good. And that's definitely gonna get me a strike, but I don't care.
That
such
was
a shame.
amazing.
He never became part of the crew. It's such a shame.
It's such a shame. Sniper King never joined the crew. It's so sad.
Oh man, I can't believe that he never joined the crew. He would have been great.
Hey, Tamer, welcome back.
Did I arrive just at the end?
I'm gonna finish up the train, and then we're gonna call it
Yeah,
because
Okay.
there's so much left to go.
we
Yeah.
just met a mysterious stranger known as Sniper King.
Yeah. Oh man, he's got such a cool theme song too.
Here we go. The fact that they gave him the fucking theme song, and yes, in the manga they do have the theme song too.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my god.
And
I confirmed it while me and Tamer were doing the rewatch.
oh, and I don't know if every voice actor does this, but at the very least, the English one, he loves that song.
Oh, there's a lot of humming the song to himself throughout the entirety of the arc. Sonny Strait has a fucking fun ass time with this.
That's amazing. Absolutely adore that.
To also let you know who exactly is the person who voices Usopp, you've both watched Assassination Classroom, right?
See.
Yes.
Koro Sensei.
Season 1.
Oh.
Yeah. That is the English voice actor for Usopp. I don't know if that was the same for the Japanese, but just to help you know, because I don't think either of you are big Dragon Ball Z fans.
I like Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, well then he's also the voice of Krillin.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Huh.
But yeah, so Usopp is not willing to show his face because he feels ashamed, but he also wants to save Robin. So to save face, he has created this superhero persona of himself.
I love it.
The Sniper King. Yes, it is beautiful. It is amazing, and the joke never gets old.
Does Sniper King ever show up again, or is this this one thing kind of thing?
He will show up one more time, 2 more times throughout the rest of the series, and that is it.
Does he get the theme song every time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Have you actually posted a link to the theme song?
I literally just showed it on stream. Are you kidding?
Oh, okay, amazing.
I am going. I don't care if I get a fucking strike for this. It had to be done.
It was amazing.
It's fully worth the strike.
My favorite bit. Oh, you first.
It's so deep in here that YouTube probably won't even find it.
Yeah. My favorite bit of it, though, is always that when he does the dramatic jump off the cliff, if it cuts back to him and he's still on the cliff.
Yeah. It's good. It's a good bit. It's a really good bit. I love that Toei went all in on it. It was very nice.
And I love the fact that you said that Luffy still falls for it.
Oh yeah, Luffy and Chopper never figure out the difference between Usopp and Sniper King.
Yep.
Never.
Never. They will always associate them as 2 different people.
Yep.
Bless their souls.
Bless their tiny little boy hearts.
Bless their tiny little hearts.
I want Sniper King to come back in like the last episode and be unmasked just for the sake of.
You know what?
Wait, what?
As a fun bit, that would be a good like after series kind of thing where he finally figures out. Wait, you were Sniper King the whole time? Yeah, that would actually be kind of funny.
No. But I got it even better. Sniper King gets unmasked in front of Luffy, and Luffy goes, "Why were you wearing Sniper King's clothes?" Like, still doesn't fucking get it.
No, I would like it better if you would go like, "Where'd Sniper King go?"
It probably would be the more reaction that we would get. What happened to Sniper King? He was just here. But yeah, anyway, so now Sanji, Frankie, and Sniper King are on the path to try to rescue Robin from the ship. And this is a situation where it is going to split between the 2 different things. So we got A story, we got B story. A story is the infiltration of the train. B story is back with Rocket Man, who has already passed through the wave. I covered that already, Tamer. Haha.
What do I need to enable?
The wave.
I love the fact that King had nothing to say during that time period, showing that he's just given up on trying to logic this shit out anymore.
No, I'm reporting a character in WoW for their user.
Oh, fair enough.
Jesus,
So,
if it's that
what
bad.
specific point did y'all stop at?
We're not done yet.
I mean,
I'm still streaming. What are you
Oh,
talking about?
okay. All right.
It's not over yet.
We're
DMing
doing.
Okay.
the name.
I want to know what the name is.
The name?
Do not stream because holy shit.
What did they do again? Was it the name that's bad? I want to see.
Yeah, I'm DMing it to
Alrighty
you.
then. Well, then, that's a choice.
Oh. Ah, okay.
No, I'm the only one left out.
Alright.
Are you? Because Ben doesn't know either.
Doesn't know what.
Never mind. Ben's not even paying attention.
I was trying. I'm trying to set up this World of Warcraft thing.
Don't worry about it, Ben.
Yeah, don't worry
No
about it.
one
Don't worry about it.
knows.
Hey Ben, are you worrying about it?
I'm worrying about it, yeah.
Don't.
There you go, Tamer.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Now I want to
So,
know.
Nope. Ben, you're too innocent. You're too
Someone
young.
has to be left out.
Yeah.
You're too baby to know what this is.
You're
No,
too
I bet
baby.
I do. I bet I do. Just send it to me and I'll know.
No, you're too
No.
baby to be allowed to know what this is.
Yeah.
That's just
You're
me.
not allowed to know.
Ben, we have to protect you. That is our role to protect the baby of the group.
Guys, I'm gonna cry if you don't stop.
All you're doing is proving our point.
He's like, damn it. Damn it, they're right.
All right, Ben. If I send this to you, you're not allowed to say it out loud.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is quite a name.
It is a fucking name.
That's a choice. It
I
was
would
a choice.
I would put it in my chat, but my chat shows up on stream, so it would just put it on stream.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
no, not happening. Anyway, so yeah, we got the crew that's on the Puffing Tom trying to get back Robin, and we got everybody else who's trying to catch up with the Puffing Tom to save Robin. We got a split thing going on, which do follow into each other, because the first plan that our group on the Puffing Tom has is to get all of the Marines and all of the fucking world government agents tricked into going into the last two cars so they can separate them from the train. And it works.
Yep.
So the entirety of the forces of the world government and the Marines have now been disconnected, leaving only two additional guards, being a new member of CP9 named Nero, who is only mastered 4 of the 6 powers, and a member of CP5, who is acting as the ship's cook.
The train's cook, you mean?
The train's cook. I've been doing that this entire time.
Yep, all good.
See, this is what would have been good if you had still been here.
Look, I'm sorry I couldn't have planned what happened. Planned for what happened.
I know. I want to get these people. I want to get these people real bad.
Get him. Get him.
Cyberball. Look at all those people where we're not allowed to talk about yet. All right, so here's Nero. That's Nero. He's a weaselly looking motherfucker.
Yeah, that bitch.
Oh, I'm not on my pen. And dude whose name is escaping me, but is Tamer's favorite character of all time. Oh, he's CP7, my bad. He is a cook from CP7, and apparently they're ace.
Okay, Wanze.
Yes, I was leading up to that because I was copying the image. Who goes by the name of Wanze, and he is... Yeah.
He's something.
He's something. We'll get into what he can do in a bit, and it's Tamer's favorite abilities of all. He loves this guy.
Totally.
You can tell I've broken Tamer because he just kind of goes along with my jokes.
I love it, honestly.
So those are the only two that are still in the way. which we run into fairly quickly, as you know, the rest of the rest of them have been left back on the tracks, which is not really a great thing considering, you know, the Rocket Man's kind of coming along on the same track. But Sanji's pretty sure that it's fine. No, they don't have to worry about it. So they first come into the chef car where they meet Wanze and very quickly learn that he fights with ramen. And I don't mean by fighting with it as in he uses ramen that's already made. He has a very particular way of making ramen noodles, which is by consuming the flour and then
Drinking boiling water.
chewing up everything, and mixing it in his mouth before producing the noodles from his nose, which apparently the nose hair inside of his nose is shaped like fishnet stockings, so it can do the thing. It's very disgusting. It's super gross. He also.
I hate everything that you just said.
Don't worry,
and I don't
hate it too.
appreciate that.
He also wears a pair of very interesting roller skates, which are actually like pizza cutter blades. So that's another thing that he's got going for him. We do get to see him as a filler thing again later on, proposing to his girlfriend, which is fun.
Aw,
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
it's
I
it's
still don't like it.
Oh yeah, it's during film Gold.
Makes
It's
sense.
a little off scene during that movie. It's pretty fun.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah,
He loves his cooking.
Yeah, she better, or at least loves him enough to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
But so in order to kind of bypass him a little bit, Sanji is the one who takes on fighting him because, of course, the chef is going to fight another chef. While
Obviously.
Frankie and Sniper King go back outside to go across the top of the car in order to get to continue moving towards Robin, where they actually find Nero waiting, or Frankie finds Nero waiting for them, because he figured that they were probably going to try to cheat and like bypass the car that he was in,
By going over it.
So he was on top. He was waiting. Usopp actually is not going along the top of the car. He is going along the side, because he actually has a pair of octo shoes that he is able to use to kind of suction cup his way across the side to try to get to Robin as quickly as he can. Meanwhile, that ship that was left behind, I mean, the parts of the train that were left behind, once again, are a little bit of a problem. You know, considering they're kind of abandoned on the tracks that Rocket Man is coming on. And when they initially spot them, it's pretty far out, so they got enough time. Luffy decides that he's going to rocket his way over there to see if Sanji, Usopp, Robin, and Frankie are on there. He successfully makes it. No, he does not fall directly into the ocean. And upon landing there, they all freak out because, hey, 100 billion berry man Straw Hat Luffy just appeared out of fucking nowhere. And they all start trying to shoot him, which he doesn't give a fuck about. He starts calling out for everybody he's looking for, which this is a joke that me and Tamer really appreciate. Whenever they call out for Usopp to see if he's there, they do like, Usopp, are you there?
This was more of a running thing when they were looking for
When they were
Luffy
looking for him,
and
yeah.
Zoro, but it's because they were going off of what Chopper initially said, which was Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, you too.
So that just kind of carried over a good bit.
Yeah.
Eventually, Luffy learns that his friends are not on the ship, or not on the cars. I'm gonna keep saying ship. It's gonna keep happening, and I apologize.
It's gonna.
So he goes back out. He holds up an X for Zombai to see, to show that they're not there. And Zombai is initially going, all right, Frankie family, we're going to go ahead and dismantle. And Luffy calls out, Zoro, cut him. And Zoro responds, okay. So he gets on the front of the ship. On front of Rocket Man, sets himself up for a double-handed, or twin blade draw technique, which he calls Rashomon, and immediately cuts the two passenger cars in half, with the entirety of the group reacting and yelling out "What?" To which the only ones who weren't really surprised were, of course, the other Straw Hats, as Luffy very casually hops off one of the halves onto Rocket Man, and they continue on their way. Along the track, we actually have another problem that is a brewing, which is the captain who had been part of the Marine Forces by the name of Captain T-Bone.
Yeah. And this Captain T-Bone, we see a little bit of his work beforehand, as we see the bisected halves of a Sea King preceding meeting him.
Yes, which Luffy is very much wanting to make sashimi out of. He's not worried. But his epithet is actually Ship Cutter T-Bone.
Uh-huh.
Because he is known for cutting ships in half.
Yeah.
He looketh.
Oh, what?
He looketh.
He looketh. You've already got that.
Like so. He's a very creepy looking guy, but he's a really devout justice guy. He's very caring for those under his command, even tearing off his own cape to let them use for bandages. The people under him are very inspired. He's a good dude. He's just, he's a Marine, so we don't like him.
Yeah. Fuck him.
They upon passing by the Sea Kings that were cut in half, Zoro realizes that there's a bit of a thing out here, where they eventually do come across him. He is running along the tracks trying to catch up with the Puffing Tom, because his sense of justice is so fucking strong that he has to get back and make sure that the pirates don't get Robin back. It would be a shame on him, it would be a shame on the Marines, it would be a shame against his own pride. He's very devout in that. The two of them have a very short clash, where we get to see that Zoro is not the only one to have flying blade techniques. Specifically, T-Bone likes to use straight swords and hates curved swords or crooked swordplay. Specifically saying he hates crooked men and he hates crooked swordplay. So all of his attacks are like angles or right angles. Where he uses an ability that he calls right angle flying bird that sends a pressure wave attack towards Zoro, who immediately cuts through it and then cuts him down. So, it was a quick thing, but he was there. He does survive. We get to see him again later.
Yeah. He participated.
He's also he feels very vexed over the fact that they are so strong, and is worried that, Robin might actually be recovered. Back on the Puffing Tom, Sanji finishes up his fight. A very just disgusting fight against the guy who can even shoot out dried pasta from his nose.
Gross. I hate it. I hate everything about him.
Yeah.
I don't like him.
He's something. Nero gets defeated. Though we do learn something about Frankie. Only the front half of him is metal. Because when you do the operation on yourself, you kind of can't reach around to the backside.
That is true.
It's a little hard. So we did get an earlier scene after Sanji and Usopp find out that he's a cyborg, where Usopp sneaks up behind him with a big old needle and pokes him in the butt, and he reacts to it, even though beforehand he'd taken literal gunfire and not reacted to it at all. Like, it stings when it hits him, but the metal underneath prevents any kind of real damage. And that's when he admits that, only the front half of him is cyborg. So that fight pans out. The two beaten ones end up in the same car as CP9. And meanwhile, back in the car where Robin is, because she's in a car by herself, Usopp has gotten to her and is trying to convince her to come with them, because she is dead set on not coming back. She feels that if she were to leave, the Straw Hats would be in danger for multiple reasons. She doesn't feel that they can live, that they can stay safe with her there. And just even looking at Usopp, who she immediately pegs out, like she's not thrown off by Sniper King at all. As she's looking at Usopp, she's not just seeing him; she's seeing flames, like hellfire flames. And we also
Out
get
the window.
we also get a lovely image of the Mary burning as it's sailing by, and basically in her mind signifying the danger of the Buster Call and what the government will do to the people that she cares about. Eventually, a government agent shows up in the room, which Usopp has to basically fight off, which essentially gets everybody all into the same area. And Robin is still very adamant that she's not going. Sanji yells that we know what you're doing. It doesn't matter if they Buster Call us to the ends of the earth. We will fucking fight them back. You don't have to do this. But she's not convinced. Frankie eventually does do a bit of a sacrifice himself situation, because Sanji does do a powerful enough kick to nearly break through the iron body, but it's not truly strong enough. But essentially they detached the two cars, gotten Robin on the car with them, and they were getting away. But Bluno had caught both and was holding them together until Frankie breaks off the back part that they were on, essentially kind of accidentally sacrificing himself, well, intentionally, at the same time, stating that it doesn't matter what they say, they weren't going to stop until they got her. So he just like said, fuck it, I'm going to do this. And it seems like everything's okay, because that car is still going at full speed. The driver hasn't been told to slow down. It seems that they got away. Robin is still yelling to them, saying, I'm not trying to get away. Please, I promise I'm not running. And when Sanji is trying to convince her that everything is okay now, the air opens. A door forms in the middle of the air, and out of it comes Bluno. So as it turns out, the door fruit don't only just work on walls. He can make air doors, which leads him to a nice little pocket dimension that he can actually go to and move around in freely. So he's there, immediately attacks Sanji and basically says that there's no way that she would ever try to escape them, because knowing that a Buster Call is aimed at her friends, a Buster Call that she has seen in action before, that wiped out an entire island, she's too afraid to leave them to something like that. So she'll never truly come back to the crew at that situation.
Despite everything she's seen from the crew, she does not believe that they can survive it, let alone fight it off. So she is doing her best to separate them as far away as she can from that threat.
And the reason why she's so adamant on it is because, she saw this when she was 8 years old. She watched an island get erased when she was only 8 years old. So,
God. A little bit of a heavy burden.
Yeah.
Just a tiny one.
A tiny bit of a heavy burden. So unfortunately, that does mean a unsuccessful rescue, and not only an unsuccessful rescue, but the recapture of Frankie, who is now being brought to Eni's lobby with Robin. The rest of the crew does eventually catch up, and also Yokozuna has joined us, because he initially a little ways back had attacked the ship thinking that Kokoro was being taken away. And he didn't ever wanted to see his friends get taken away again after seeing what happened to Tom. So yeah, that was the thing. So we got a frog.
He also kind of knocked them. He also kind of knocked them off course
Yeah.
for a little while. Everyone was a little bit grumpy with him first.
A little bit grumpy, but it's okay.
Yeah.
He had good intentions.
Yeah. Everyone here is traumatized.
Yay! Water 7's fun. So, we're gonna we get a nice lead in to our next island. I am not going into the full statement of it as of yet, but we do have a new arc, which is that of the Annie's Lobby arc. And for it, I will give you one thing about the information for it. Annie's Lobby is known as a nightless island. It is a island in the Grand Line that is always day. There is no night on this island. There's many reasons as to why that could be the case. It could be that its climate has just always been weird. It could be devil fruit power related in some manner. There really isn't a full explanation of it yet, but the island is always
Always
is
daytime.
always day. Not only that, it's also in the middle of a massive just hole in the fucking ocean.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I've also found an aerial view of the island.
Please.
All right, and here we go.
Come on.
Oop, there we go.
Hey.
Yeah, it's a fucking hole.
It's a fucking hole. We don't know why there's a hole in the fucking middle of the ocean.
We don't know where the water goes.
We don't know where the water goes. It freaks out a good amount of the people who've seen it for the first time, and it's a hole in the ocean.
Yep.
Some people have theories that this might have been the other part of Jaya, but they're idiots. So it's a weird theory that goes on for that. But yeah, so next time that we do this, if we don't just end up watching through the arc ourselves, it's be Annie's Lobby, where we're gonna get Robin back. Damn it. And Frankie. We're gonna get everything back, as they would say. But yeah, that's gonna wrap things up here for part 1, because I knew there was gonna be a 2-parter. There was no way in hell I was gonna get through all of this in time for work to start.
Water 7 Saga is a monster of us.
Even without the random breaks that we were having. But yeah, any questions?
Nope.
Turtle?
Turtle.
I think she might be muted. I think I heard background.
I'm
talking.
here, but muted.
Okay. Yeah. Any questions?
No questions. Just
It's a good response. There's a lot going on. It's a big arc. A lot happens. A lot of pain. But hey, we got Sniper King. Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and wrap things up here. Do a nice little raid on somebody. I don't know who's streaming right now.
Is anybody playing a One Piece game?
I can check. Somebody's doing One Piece card game, One Piece Odyssey. Mostly everybody's playing Odyssey.
Yeah, throw it over to Odyssey.
Yes, see. Odyssey.
I'm in Elwyn Forest right now.
All right.
He's in the game.
He's in the game.
I don't know anything about
how do I
these
friend people?
Well, you're friended to me, and I'll invite you to the guild.
Send me his BattleNet thing.
I'll send you it.
Well, I asked for it earlier and you never sent it, so.
I received a new friend request.
When what
Except-
quest?
And my BattleNet, if I can copy
I
and
know,
paste
and
this
I
in-
appreciate it.
Guess not.
Good.
You've
Yeah,
also
sure.
been invited to the
We'll rate
guild.
this
We're gonna rate this guy. Koroganashi 2. He seems like a chill dude.
Koroganashi.
No? Don't?
No?
No, that's fine. I'm trying not to
Oh.
lose in the battleground that I'm in.
Oh.
Ah.
I was like, okay, do you know this dude?
No, I just panicked for a moment because it's like I had stopped to add you to the to add Ben to the guild, and then yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You go big.
But yeah, thank you for everybody who joined in. Appreciate everybody who was watching. We will be back in 2 weeks with the next part of the Water 7 saga. If we haven't just watched through it with Turtle and King. Anyway, we'll see.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody. Get
Bye.
out of my house.
I'm also going to invite you to the guild server.
The guild server? Wait, what?
Yeah, we have a Discord.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, we
It's
did
called-
not.
it's
We
called
do not
Cult
have a
of the Hippo, right?
Cult of the Hippo
It's
Dragon.
called Cult of the Hippo Dragon. Yes.
Wow.
Like how y'all got like very serious about me not saying dragon.
Hello.
Yeah,
Bye, bye, watchers.
It's very important.